Welcome back. I hope you grabbed a coffee and a croissant here for Le Mans. It's the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's Majors 24 2026. It is Split 3 with our director David Forge, with Trevor Gogola now in the booth with me, Sebastian Hollmichel. Welcome back to 6 more hours of racing. We are at the moment in lap 291. 6 hours and 2 minutes to go. It's a lovely day. We have good weather. The wind calmed down a little bit from yesterday. And let's see who made it through the night as your leaders in the several cars. Yeah, it's 10 in the morning here in beautiful southern France. And yeah, we see Owen Newman, who crashed yesterday, but he's at the moment pitting from the lead in the hypercar class. And of course, D-Max Simtek is in P1 in LMP2, and Zenit Esports is also in P1 again, the Acura. Many battles yesterday, many traffic the people had to endure, and I don't know, Trevor, is it your first stint on commentary this weekend?
Yeah, so this weekend I've been out playing some baseball with the pals, and I got to go back in about 4.5 hours time. So I'll be slotting in here for a good chunk of this 6-hour window, and trying to fill the air as much as we can towards the end of this race. But yeah, more than excited. I think it'll be a pretty close race based on what I've been seeing here, keeping up with between my sleeping stints, let's say.
Yeah, sleep is of the essence, of course, for the drivers, for the people in the stewarding rooms, for the race directors, and of course for the broadcasters. And as we all know, it's sim racing. It is as real as it gets, but still we have a family life, at least some of us, and it's always good to put the best of two worlds together. So we are very happy to see Koen Gerrits here in P4, the driver from the Netherlands, yeah, hunting and racing here for a position for the podium.
Absolutely, and I think what the best part about like the Majors 24 here is this someone that's raced it many years in a row, but needed a quick break this year with personal stuff coming up. Just happy to be involved every year. This is always a really fun event, and has really fit in a good little niche in the iRacing community that's been needed with various licensing issues, let's say.
Yeah, of course. We put it that way with all the stuff going on in sim racing, especially since the boom with the pandemic. Yeah, but we are still here. We are at iRacing, and yeah, iRacing said many things coming up in their dev blog. I can tell you should read that. And for the future, there will be some improvements to make it more real. Let's say it that way. But yeah, sim racing has always there are little issues, but it's the best way to race. We talked about that also yesterday with some of the drivers here who do real life karting, but of course that is already expensive, so it's great to have the opportunity to at least simulate at home a hypercar at your hands, at your disposal to race a race like yeah, as prestigious as Le Mans. I mean, it's really special.
Yeah, there's just nowhere else you can do this, properly. It feels like in the sim racing world, or in real life, until you're into the upper echelon of income, let's say, for the folks that are able to go buy their own LMP2 or own GT3 and get into the amateur ranks. And truly, this is one of the most incredible events every year, virtually.
Oh wow!
We have an incident
Oh
before we start filling
no!
time. Oh my gosh, so us coming back on the air here to a second and third place incident. Oh my.
Yeah, it was second
God.
and third. Norbert Tamach in the 69 car. It must be the Magic Arrow. Yeah, the Magic Arrow is flying into the Shadow Realm here.
Yeah, and it looks like the 69 car took the bulk of that damage. The Carson Hocevar put it quick really easily in NASCAR. The best way to stay out of the incident is to be the one to cause it.
Yeah, in this case, the damage has been done even before they warped into the pits. Meatball, as I remember, they already had their one fast repair, so we are driving this 24-hour race with one fast repair with a 100 incident limit. Then you get a drive-through, but there will be never a disqualification by incidents. So just the stewards looking with a close eye if somebody is doing some very egregious stuff. That's the only way to get disqualified. But yeah, that crash, I don't know what the stewards will make out of this. But yeah.
Well, it's the reason we're not the stewards and we're sitting here just telling you what's going on.
Yeah, I'm doing a steward stint after my 2 hours here, so.
Oh, well, then give us your color on that. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I don't know. From the view we had, turning in where a car is already considerably alongside you doesn't work. But if he doesn't turn in for the corner, yeah. Now I would say racing incidents, but I know the stewards played back and forth, and look at every angle, which they have, because in majors you send in videos, and of course some people tend to send in videos where, let's say, they look better in the incident.
There's an play angles, let's say.
Yeah. But I know they're doing a good job there. What do you want to say?
No, absolutely. All I was going to say is, if we want to peek over, it looks like we're on the hypercar battle right now. I'm just peeking out on my end here. P1 and 2 are having a battle for the lead right now. It looks like Arte and D-Max are right on top of each other, going through Arnage and Indy right now, going down the back straightaway here. You're looking at number 2 and 051.
There they are.
There they are, nose to nose. Now I'm genuinely curious here. Since I've been back upright, it seemed like the 051 might just be pulling a fuel safe strategy between Arte Esports here. But you know, having a little trouble trying to see if he just can't get by him, or he's just genuinely trying to keep some fuel going.
Yeah, we have seen that in the hypercars there's some difference in what people make with their fuel tank. Some go 1 lap more, some 1 lap less. In the GT3s we mostly see 13 laps. But in the LMP2s also, there are some people trying really to fuel save to get 1 more lap out of the tank.
And if you do that at Le Mans for 11 stints straight, that's in an LMP2, let's say, that's an extra stint.
Yes, of course. And you have to take into account, we had, in the first 6 hours, we had 2 safety cars, one after hour 1 exactly, and one shortly before we went off air. So we had to restart still in live on stream. But of course, this whole safety car process saves you fuel, and you get a free pit stop. Maybe we saw, for example, that the Impulse Racing by Walter Art, McLaren, he is now P2 at the moment behind the Acura. He did overtake while the safety car process was running, which was very, very smart for them to do, and that saved them much time. And as you can see, P1 and P2 are still 18 seconds ahead of P3, and that was also a thing at that pit stop, but it is basically 12 hours ago. So yeah, but it helped them nonetheless.
Yeah, out of control. And you know, as somebody rolling out of bed, do we have the safety car count of where we are at here with Split 3 today? No worries. We're trying to figure out mostly, you know, planning for the future on where these drivers could see themselves at. Here in majors, because we don't have the perfect, which Sebastian was alluding to, the dev blog update of the multiple safety cars. For the last week or so here in iRacing, we're gonna have to manually run the safety car routine here. So we do have a system set up to help randomize the full course yellows in majors, and that just adds a completely different element that you're not getting out of an official iRacing session these days.
And I have news for you. The last safety car in this split was 1 hour ago, so we are done with safety cars for the remaining race time here in split 3.
There we go. Thanks for finding that out for us. But yeah, I mean, now we're just basically looking at, a sprint to the finish, and they can, mentally prepare on, timing that fuel run all the way in reverse.
Yeah, kudos to Scott Ranking, who sent me that information because he's listening and checked if I'm alone here again. So he would have stepped up for at least a part-time. So thanks to Scott, we know about the safety cars.
Hey, someone's got to do it. Well, hey, I'll get the chat up too here and keep an eye on that. Absolutely. So, well, Seb, for Out Loud, well, we got some time here. When you're racing here, what's your preferred class out of these three?
Mostly GT3 because I like to manage the traffic, watch the mirrors sometimes, be patient with overtakes, and I'm not the guy who wants to drive the fastest class in the field because it comes with different thing to manage, and we have Zach Mitchell off the track. 4X Racing is the name, but this is just a 1X, I would say.
Yeah, maybe. It should be okay. Sneaking back out through the end
of
where we at the Porsche curves, if I'm looking correctly.
It's no, it's in front of Arnage.
In front of Arnage, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so that's tough.
Oh, Mr. Herberer, the German driver here. Simracers World.
And the 445 car here. Having another run through the grass from what I saw from earlier. No, we're looking
but also what your question was with what I like to drive. I really dislike the slowdowns and off tracks here at Le Mans in iRacing, and I think in the GT3 it's more manageable.
That's very true. Very, very true. And as we come back over, it looks like GT3 is gonna have a three-way battle here for second place. And honestly, it looks like 5th and 6th are right up behind him. So this seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle situation.
Yeah, but remember, we had an 18-second gap. Where is the GT Dynamics car coming from?
It looks like the GT Dynamics car's got a 52-second lead up front. There must have been something that happened that caused this. Maybe somebody's got some damage.
Yeah, either way, because the Zenit Esports car was in the lead before. So whatever happened, here we are with the three-way dance for the lead in the GT3 class here in Split 3. And yeah, that's what it's all about, because like we are now 18 hours deep in the race, and they are still fighting front to back.
It's insane, and looks like we just got comms that the 03 has taken the pits from the GT3 lead. So what we're going to be looking at here is, when is Zenith, when is Instinct, when is Impulse going to be coming down pit road. It's going to give us a really good idea of what the, what the expectation is here.
Yeah. And always be careful here in the dirty air. There's a lot of pickup on the track right now, a lot of rubber off the line. And sometimes that can be dangerous, like here.
Yep, LMP2 battle for the lead here. We got a hypercar going on the right side as well. That's going to be 3 cars into a two-car turn here. Looks like this is, they're racing like it's the last 15 minutes of the race right now.
Yeah, I mean, every stint is a sprint race here, as always in modern endurance racing. It's not about durability of the car. It's more okay, it's sim racing, but still, it's still like pushing it to the max in mostly every lap. Maybe be a little bit more careful than in a 20-minute race with overtakes, but still, it's push it to the max if we want to win it. And you can see that by how close the margins are.
Absolutely. Small update. Looks like Zenith has gone through for the lead in GT3. We'll have to check in when their next stop is due. So that new GT3 leading gap is going to be first, second, and third place, all within 3 seconds, or all within 1 second of each other.
So the fight is still on there, but also as we see in the LMP2s, with P1 to P5 within 10 seconds. It's also
you just never
quite
see
close.
this.
Yeah, I mean, if we got the news by Scott that the safety car is 1 hour ago, that makes sense in the end.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, that's kind of nice. You know, a lot of times towards the back half of the endurance race, it's just a matter of not going off track. And, you know, you're looking at 1 to 2 minute gaps half the time. And today, that's just not going to be the case.
Yeah, right. And also we have seen big crashes here out of Anache, for example, or out of Tetre Rouge. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but it's stuff that happens, and especially with different speed, different skills. But I must say, as I also remember the start of the race, this is a very, very competitive split with many drivers who keep their heart rate down if they have an accident. So I just can remember one unsafe rejoin, and yeah, with that size of field, that's very, very good. So join up the majors, race in the MECs, race here maybe next year for the 24 hours.
Yeah, a lot of folks don't realize that this is just a big event every year. I know that I've raced a bit personally, but mostly on the commentary side of majors outside of the 24 here. But I mean, we go everywhere from oval to rally to endurance racing, open wheel, versions of the Indy 500 and Daytona 500 here that we've been doing for many years. I know for me, I end up with the kids at home and the sleep schedule, where I end up is usually announcing the international splits overnight for various series, and you know, it keeps everyone happy, it keeps the coffee brewing. But you know, you look at the side-by-side action from Daytona earlier this year to this, it's almost like a super speedway race.
Yeah, and we all know why men have a shorter life expectancy. So
yeah, I got
all
a
weird
max of
hobbies.
12 years here.
Yeah. Maybe we need a scientific study on that, sim racing, and yeah, how many years it takes off your life.
I may genuinely get more time to sleep today than I've had on an average week. It looks like we now have a battle for the lead here in GT3. If I'm seeing correctly, Instinct is just taking the lead here through the Ford chicanes, and we'll lead the lap here.
Yeah, the Instinct racing car piloted by Dominic Kram. Yeah, really did a good job there, established good overlap, so there was no chance in hell to defend that in that chicane.
Yeah, but we all know how long Mulsanne is. There's going to be a huge tow coming off the McLaren for the Acura here. And, you know, this could go back and forth for a while, as is the nature of Le Mans. It's one of the few tracks in the road course circuit where you're going to see a lot of tow affecting it. And if you're not in the tow, you're not in the race.
Yeah, and we also have seen yesterday that, for example, in the GT3's I think it was P4, P5 or P3, P4, they had a gap of 4 seconds behind the P2, but what they did was they pushed each other with bump drafting back and forth, and then they reached them, which was pretty smart by them.
Absolutely. Small update. I have seen no open protests from the incident with the 69 car and the 57. Yet we will keep an eye out for that though. Looks like now we're switching over for DMAX and Endurance Enjoyers battling for P3 and LMP2. Stuck in GT3 traffic as the GT3 there jinks over in front of the hypercar. I mean, this is, you know, we were talking about preferred classes before. This is why I like driving the LMP2. I mean, you're stuck in the middle of both classes. I mean, they're spread left and right around a GT3 while they got a hypercar flashing behind him.
Yeah, you got the best of both worlds. That's pretty close. He has to take the exit route. And yeah, of course, this is a slowdown, but yeah, better than a crash. And what a point is here, of course, the GT3s are riding in the middle of the track. That's sometimes very dangerous, but it is the fastest way for the GT3s.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but for the viewers, why don't you run through that for those that aren't aware?
Oh, yeah, I talked about it already yesterday. The curvature of the track is a benefit for the GT3s because the bottom of the car is closer to the track, so the car gets a little bit more faster if it rides in the middle of this track here in Le Mans, especially on a Mulsanne straight.
And then, as you know, as you're saying with that, the interesting part with the hypercars and the LMP2s is that they don't do well in the center of the track. Sometimes they get a little bit of underbody scraping on the center crest of the road. I'm genuinely curious if we get this rescan here at some point, what will and won't be rescanned here of the track with the current layout of Mulsanne corner in real life, or Mulsanne straight.
And how much iRacing will charge us for that?
Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm salty about having to pay for Laguna Seca again.
Yeah, well, I am. I am very salty because of the fact that I paid, for example, for Knockhill or Winton, and then they made it free after one season. And then, if they want money from me now, then they should have refunded that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, you're on a legendary run right now of making the wrong purchases.
I mean, if you drive the Skippy, you have to have any track because everything gets thrown into the Skippy schedule if what is new.
Absolutely.
I mean, best kind of service, you know.
No, agreed.
Well, more traffic in the Porsche corner. That's always tricky.
Yeah, I mean, look at the track map right now. Even if I'm seeing correctly, most of the bottleneck is going to be coming right out of Tête Rouge right now. Everyone flowing in behind, unless it's a CPU limitation here.
Yeah, that is looking that way. I mean, we will have the pleasure of a great view like here on start finish, and later on the Mulsanne straight of many cars rushing down the straights and through the chicanes. So yeah, that's always special. I mean, there could be more cars, maybe someday in the future in the sim. But at the moment, it looks always great to have so many cars neck and neck.
That's what we're hearing, and especially for something like the Nürburgring, you could have, let's say 120 something plus cars here at the Nürburgring, maybe 50 to 60 here would always be a great time. And in sim racing, I'm always a proponent of adding a few more than maybe in the real life split even, because it's a lot easier to have an incident and unplug in sim racing and head out for your day. Yeah, right. Looks like the GT3 lead battle is back, and Zenith has used the toe to swing right back around Instinct here without having to deal with any traffic. So that's going to be first, second, and third at GT3. I mean, this battle is going to keep going for what feels like hours.
And one hypercar splitting them
in between. That's never great to get the toe ripped apart from you, but the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away.
Yeah, it's like life. You have to make lemonade out of that. Big off track again.
Big
through
wobble.
The gravel. Oh, but at least no contact with the barriers.
Staying right out of the wall here.
I mean, in the end, I don't think that so many people have their path repair still available.
Yeah, I'd be surprised at this point in the race. This is a great view of what it feels like to be in the GT3, looking forwards, trying to maintain your toe, trying to stay off the crest on the track, and hoping that hypercars are going to come into you right when you're entering a corner on the apex.
Yeah, right. And they're going left and right like vintage Spa, you know. One on the left, one on the right, and there's the attack into the Indy corner. But that could be a possible no,
that'll stick. That'll stick into the next corner, and then we'll have to see what happens with the toe here.
Yeah, stay out of the wall in Anache. That's a very close barrier there.
Absolutely, and I mean, Sergio and Dominic, if they behave themselves, you know, swapping drafts like this isn't the worst thing. If you can swap the toe, as you can see, huge lift here from Sergio and Zenith, just to, you know, not be right up against the bumper of the Instinct car here through the Porsche curves. Maybe the worst spot for GT3s in terms of dirty air.
Yeah, that's right. You have to modulate so much with the throttle there, and here comes the next customer, the next hypercar in the corner.
And there we go. Every time. I mean, this is one of the most fun parts of the track. You're right in front of the grandstands. You know, it's genuinely a good time.
Yeah, that's right. It feels very, very nice to drive through that fast chicane there.
Exactly.
At least if you're not free wide.
Yeah, that's the prerequisite for all of this.
You're right. I see we also have an open protest against GT Dynamics in the GT3 class for safety car procedure. That's always not good. And especially when they had all 4 procedures already. So then making a mistake, that's costly. They are currently running in P6.
Yeah, so that protest has been filed from the 335 car, which, you know, I'm wondering how that really affected them too much in this case. That's what I'm saying. Could be, it looks like it's Capivra or whatever. Maybe the car number is incorrect.
It's the Capivara team, yeah. They have one in the hypercar class, the Ferrari, now in P3. And yeah.
Oh wow.
I think one in the GT3 class.
Absolutely. And this is the fight for, man, what position would this be? 3rd place?
There they are.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of Capivara, they're locked here in a battle with the Logitech G ODBM Mercury team here.
Yeah. Also back a big story because they had some issues and crash, and let's say one of their slower drivers in the car and fall down from the leading position down to, I think, P11, P12, and now they are back in 4th place. So yeah, it's always good to drive till the end, because otherwise you will never know what could have been.
Exactly. You never know. You know, an incident with, you know, the top 3 cars, with how close they've been here, can happen at any moment.
Or a penalty. I mean, you're making a mistake here in the Porsche corners and punt a GT3, and you get a penalty, then yeah, you're driving through the pits and lose a lot of time.
Absolutely. And, you know, a penalty here might not feel like a lot, but let's say you've been, you know, like the top 3 in GT3, where you're locked in the draft and you're able to, you know, get those extra tenths down the straights. You lose that, and, you know, you're out of contention more than you even think.
Yeah, that's right. But also, of course, I hear from Scott, who is on that car, that the safety car helped them to get a lap back. So,
incredible.
Yeah. That's also a thing here in the majors.
Yeah, the wave around is consistently a point of contention here in endurance racing in general. So in real life, for those aware or unaware, we've been going through a bit of a transition period where you'd always have the IMSA with the Rolex 24 as the marquee event, and the WEC with Le Mans as the marquee event, where you would have essentially this debate on if there's a safety car, what should we do with the field? Do we, lock everyone up in a single line? Do we try to maintain the gap similar to how NEC in the Nürburgring does it, where everything's at code 60? And we keep things rolling as is. The purists in the sport generally want the gaps maintained, so that for the endurance race you're not clumping all the cars together. As we look at the double zero here, coming out of Indy, just putting the right side tires into the kitty litter here. It looks like he was able to stay out of it, and is going to make a 5-point turn here to make a safe rejoin here.
Yeah, he waited for the gap. It's all fine, and away he goes. The double O here in the field. Even not driving an Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. As this battle for third is still happening here. I do wonder the 268 strategy here. It looks like he has a slight pit stop delta here on the 5.7, if my math's correct. And that's yeah. So this might be a little bit of there we go. Oh, incorrect. It looks like they do actually have the same pit strategy here, but you see that the number 02 car with Newman here is looking at 291 laps, so it has extended it over second and third place, which is at Le Mans an entire lap of fuel is an eternity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, nearly 4 minutes, let's say it that way. Yeah, that's a big gain if everything went to plan. And we are back with the LMP2s with Vince Cusi and the Spaniard, Mr. Martinez, behind. Always the question, do you want to overtake? Do you want to trade places, give each other draft? Or do you want to save fuel to reach that goal of saving maybe one lap? But he's going for it.
Absolutely, and it's a constant balance. I always like to say, if you're going to follow somebody, they better be faster than you, because you can't either way be sitting here in the draft and inevitably losing time. Like you were mentioning earlier, it's a sprint race to the end here at this point, especially now that we burned the safety cars.
Yeah, right. If they are slightly faster, that's good. So that works. And I see we have the GT3s again. Cause and we have an incident.
We have a wingless car, so there must have been something that happened a little earlier on this lap, and he's just trying to hang on, make it back to the pits. I wonder if anybody's told him yet that he doesn't have a rear wing, because he went into the curves there. It looks like with no
let's
lift.
say it was whispered by the wind to him right now.
Exactly. So Afonso is gonna be making a pit stop here, and hopefully he has his fast repair. Let's just say.
Yeah. And
yeah, so
very,
it's like
very
the 33
great
car, the Draco Racing car, currently driven by Guilherme. Andre's looking like he's sneaking up on this lead battle, and that's what you get when they're going in side by side to a few of these corners.
Yeah, right. And we saw also in the Porsche corners, P2 hit the blue wall, I think last lap, a little bit, but without damage. But from that, you can see the pressure they are under to check mirrors, look the road up ahead, basically like doing the racing chameleon with one eye up front, one eye in the back. Always tricky to manage these situations, especially when the faster traffic comes in. And I wonder if they are already thinking about podiums and our special points we have here in Manchester.
Absolutely, the the money doesn't just go to the broadcasting team here or to Mike's pocket. A lot of it goes to the prize and the work put into all these events here. Our podium winners will generally get a little coin with a commemorating their podiums here, and it's a nice little gift and a nice little touch here. I think that makes this all a little more personable, maybe more personable than a printable certificate from iRacing.com.
Yeah, I love my certificate now from winning my split in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring some weeks ago. But still, if I would get some real thing, and you get a real thing here, that's the best you can have to put it on the wall. Also, you can show it your wife and say, yeah, look what I got from racing in my sim race.
look at my trophy. Yeah, I feel that. I have my certificates. Pulled off a split 3 in LMP2 for the 24 Hours of Daytona in 24, and then I don't remember the split in 2026. Got both of those wins, and I have them framed right next to the picture from my wedding. Keeping the priorities straight,
Yeah, I mean that's a clear message.
She's in the middle though, so we're good. It looks like we're gonna have a battle for P3. Looks like we're gonna the battle for P3 here in GT3. I think he's pushing him.
Yeah, they were also the guys doing some bump drafting 12 hours ago, 15 hours ago, whatever it was. So they want to be back because there was some traffic with the faster class car, and now Andre wants to push him back into position for the fight with P1 and P2. And
up front in the NASCAR you're gonna see here.
Yeah. But it works here, of course.
We're gonna check in on an accident here with the 532.
Cold tires.
That's what it feels like. Yep, that's a four-wheel lockup right there, right through the what we're calling it, the Goodyear chicane these days.
I don't know. It in iRacing there's still the Dunlop bow, the iconic thingy here coming up. So I don't know what it is at the moment. And Dunlop or a Goodyear doesn't pay me for that.
Yeah, no one's paying me enough to shout out their names. As the 9-9 locks him up and stays just out of the wall, may have nicked it, but that shouldn't be too much damage there.
Oh, and I remember just now, I see the protest here in Split 3, Magic Arrow against the Capybara racing team. I think, that's a 57. That must have been the big crash we've seen.
Yep, that was the big crash from P3 earlier, if I remember correctly, going into the Porsche curves.
Yeah, and that means they had still their fast repair. Because otherwise, they wouldn't be here.
Yep, they're still cruising along. Magic Arrow is out.
Huh? What is happening? What do we have seen before? Okay,
69 was the one that flipped the purple Magic Arrow car. Flipped, and it looks like they're still off
sorry.
track. And I'll check it on my end here so we can get the broadcast rolling.
I just mixed up a car. Okay, sorry. Sorry on my end, I mixed up a car. So all good.
Yeah. No worries. They are not even showing on track at all. They may be done for the day.
Yeah, but penalty then maybe coming in. Let's see what the stewards will say. It's the reason which is investigated is intentional contact. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, it's always a fun debate, let's say.
Yeah.
But
we will know later.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional. I don't think anybody's out here trying to ruin each other's 24-hour races as we peek in with Mike Rogers here. Taking a slide out of Mulsanne corner and I wouldn't call that a bad rejoin. He's still off track, but that LMP2 has to be more aware of his yellow flags from his spotter.
Yeah, right. But that's always a spot. I mean, you're driving here through the night and whatever. And now we are watching Gustavo Schirmer.
Oh no! I mean, this protest isn't going to matter as much now. getting rear-ended there coming out of the exit of that corner is brutal. Yeah, he took one right to the rear end, and it's jackknifing a little bit. That car is not driving straight.
No, it's steering like a boat.
Man, well, this penalty may be null and void. I mean, I would let's get a look in maybe from the 268 in car here. Oh yeah, but we can't take the 268 for fault here. No, 57 bottomed out and lost control.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He did spin by himself, but yeah, it was a little bit different of a story. Slight near spin and then the contact. What can you do? There was not enough room to get out of that. So Meatball for the Capybara Racing Team, and yeah, crooked steering.
Absolutely, and I'll keep an eye on him as he tries to get back here. At the 833 going to the right side here through the chicanes. 73 just losing grip a little bit. You know, no big deal. No harm, no foul there.
Yeah, just a lot of time.
Yep, and the 5-7 is just trying to make it back. You know, Lewis is really trying to make sure he's not losing 10 seconds here getting back to the pits. Well, he's still probably going to be sitting there for the next 10 minutes. Looks like this battle is still going on for P3, or P1 and GT3. Going back down through Mulsanne corner here, and making the rundown. Now they have regapped third and fourth place here a little bit, and you know, are keeping themselves out of the draft here. But we'll see. The 33 Draco car seems like the one that wants to bump trap more than anybody.
Yeah, right. He wants to be back at it, and we got here another Capybara team, but the GT3 team, and same corner as their sister team did crash, and yeah, but at least the rear wing got attached again by iRacing.
I would hate to be in the Capybara Discord right now. Yeah, it looks like the rear tire had come loose there. Man, we should. Part of me wants to bring the Capybara team in here for a quick chat with how they're feeling, but we might have to wait a few hours for them to cool off.
That's right.
I do like
LMP leaders are in the pits, Endurance and Joyous and Lumen Motorsport, both at the same time. So yeah, we talked about pit windows. They're in their own battle right now with a big gap to Arete Esports 84, and away they go.
Yep, exactly. That seems to be the current battle for the lead here with P1 and P2 in the 48 and 42. It looks like out of open protests and currently being reviewed protests, out of all the splits going on with majors today, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are all from this split here today, guys.
Yeah, that's correct. And if I see correctly, we now have 345 protests, which were open to.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all might be living in a dream world for the iRacing officialist sessions here, but can you imagine if we had this kind of open protest system that you can get out of the majors team?
Yeah, I mean, if they would at least do it for the top split, also to prevent some, let's call it weird race strategies like tires and stuff like that in the past. I think iRacing should do one more step to protect the racing in the officials.
Absolutely, and it looks like after the pit cycle, it looks like D-Max is caught up to the back end of the 48. So, you know, as expected, it looks like this battle for 2 is still going to be going on, and there is a lot of movement here on the straight, trying to stay up in front of them, trying to keep up with the draft in the GT3, but not bottoming out in the middle. And it looks like they're going to split the GT3 left and right here, as the 051 has a pretty good run here on the left side of the track and is now pretty close to side by side here, going into the chicane. It has the preferred line. We'll see if he gets a good exit. It looks like the 48 car, probably rightfully so, is backing out, and we'll get the tow down the end of the Mulsanne straight here.
Yeah, it was no thing to defend it very, very hard. Maybe on the last lap, but not now with 5 hours and 18 minutes to go. Yeah, that's the wrong place to be in. But I think the movement on the straight was his brain thinking, do I go left, do I go right behind the GT3?
Absolutely. Peeking in on the GT3 lead battle, it is still the Acura here, following the Instincts Racing 922. Has just been they have started working together a little bit more. They're trying to build that gap to the 257 and 33. It feels as if Sergio has, decided that he's going to be pushing Dominic here as hard as he can. Try to make this a 2-horse race here towards the end.
They extended the gap again from 2 seconds to 2.6 seconds. So yeah, it works for them. But of course, they're on all of them are very, very fast on pace. So yeah, it's nothing lost, but it's a big and nice battle for the podium spots with 4 cars dueling each other for the points here. But yeah, long way to go. And one mistake can be costly. But as we have seen also, the McLarens did improve over the course of the race. They were like out of the top 10s, but now they're on top of things here in the GT3 field.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's really the McLarens. I don't think the BOP is too unbalanced here. As you can see, you got McLaren and Acura, a Porsche, all in the top 5 here. Pretty well split. And then same with the hypercars here. We got the Ferraris and the Porsches running up top. But it's nice that you get the majors adjustment on the BOP. It looks like, a little more testing goes into it, working with setup shops and such.
Yeah, and remember we had like a whole BOP podcast episode where people could tune in to understand what the people doing there with the BOP and trying to achieve. So yeah. Often people are arguing about it, and we see Ville Löfgren from Sweden going off track in the final chicane, but yeah, nothing more happened than a loss of time. But here for the Empire Racing Vanilla car, that was more of a slight moment, and yeah, could have been worse, losing a position or two, but yeah, that's it for them.
Absolutely, and it's one of the best parts of this here is the ability for us to just talk openly about it and have a lot more understanding of the process, which is something the FAA is not giving us anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah. It is what it is, and sometimes, I mean, also we as stewards in different leagues and whatnot, different experience levels, different approaches, different understanding of rules, so to speak. And sometimes even some rules are contrary to other rules in a rule book, but you have to make the best out of it. And I have always the feeling that everyone I met in many different leagues doing stewarding, always trying to do their best, and it's not for like being, a person of authority and deciding who is driving good and who's driving bad, but always trying to transfer the rules to the incidents.
Exactly, and majors will have their own stewarding body here, which, like Sebastian's saying here, doesn't necessarily align with real life or iRacing all the time. There's always going to be little niche differences in the rules and how we assign avoidable contact or different incident responsibilities here.
But it would be very, very interesting to have a peek look into the iRacing protest reviewers. But yeah, nobody even knows who they are. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should send my resume out.
All we know from this shadow organization here is we got Nim Cross here. We'll spend a little bit of time. I was queuing in with Matt Malone a couple nights ago. He's doing a subathon, it looks like, as our token American streamer here, and he had Nim Cross in his chat going off about the most wild stories that have been submitted in the iRacing protest feed. He said there's a lot of my pedal broke, and then they check the telemetry and the pedals are going fine. There's a lot of cat jumped on my sim rig stories.
Oh, really? I had that here last week in my league in the Skippies. And I laughed at it because it was the first time I heard that.
My scariest moment here, luckily it didn't end in an incident, but we were doing, it was actually the Majors 24 last year I was racing in. And at the time, my 4-year-old daughter was sim racing out of the basement, and at 3 a.m., I feel a gust of wind on my shoulder and my ear, and sure enough, I look over, and that gust of wind that is in my Midwest Michigan basement is not coming from outside. Believe it or not, I have a mouth breathing baby standing next to me, watching over my shoulder at 3:30 in the morning. Yeah.
It's worse than a ghost.
Yeah, I said a good amount of words that I probably shouldn't have said on the stream. Let's put it that way. In my shock and awe. So,
I'm also a basement
quite
racer.
happy. My wife was quite happy running down the stairs at 3:30 in the morning to drag her 4-year-old daughter back to bed.
Because the husband is playing with his toys.
Yeah, I'm playing with my toys. You got to leave me alone for a little bit. But hey, you know what? I'll say this: she's the most supportive with this stuff because it's better than me going out golfing or going out with friends at the bar every night. You know?
Yeah.
Keeps me home, and unless it's something like this, I can sneak away and be helpful.
Yeah, at least it is at home. We talked about it also yesterday. The thing is, like, if you're a real life driver, you're at the track, you're in the car, you're either, I don't know, at catering or in the bed or in the car. But the sim racing stick is always the thing to get maybe your children or your what you're doing at home, or maybe the neighbor is cutting your internet line or whatever happens. Or one thing we had was that the wife of one of our drivers did fall down a ladder and broke her leg while he should get in the car next. So of course that's stuff that the real life affects you here in sim racing, which is always like a little bit of a stress factor.
Oh yeah. We don't have to deal with as many mechanical issues or things like that, but we have to deal with real life issues quite a bit.
Yeah, that's correct. Even if it's not the internet provider.
Absolutely. I mean, just on my sim racing team, my buddy Pascal here, he is out of Germany, and it works out well with the U.S. stint timing and how we work it out, where we can, usually we'll split it with the U.S. guys, 2 hours on, 2 hours off throughout the night, and then let the Europeans take it at the beginning and the end of the race. But he's always got a hard cutoff at 10 p.m. German time because he doesn't want to rattle the roommates. He's allowed to hang out and watch with us, but he can't be racing with the wheel.
Yeah, right. I mean, there are many different ways to get your internet connection here. And some still have this hard cut and you can't deactivate it in any way. And exactly. We have also seen people forgetting about that, and they set theirs to, I don't know, 3 in the morning. Some can adjust that, but they forgot about it because in the daily life you don't care at 3 in the morning. I hope, at least for most of the people. But then it happens in the middle of the night when you're racing. That's bad for the team, of course.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're getting a peek behind the curtain here from our producer. Can you give us that one more time? It looks like the number 6 car has towed. I'm going to be bouncing back here and seeing if I can get some information on that. Then the 6 car is back on track, so maybe that was just a blip in the timing.
Could have been, yeah. At the moment, he's in the twilight zone right now.
Yeah, maybe he's getting intermittent internet cuts out here. Who knows? Absolutely. So, as you can see down the front straightaway where most of the fans will be.
So he vanished right on track. So that's clear. Race. Yeah, whatever.
Absolutely.
So there's much going on
Battlefield
for
Lead
David again.
GT3. If we pop over to GT3 lead.
Oh no! What was that?
Oh no!
Was that P2? Was that P2?
No, that was not P2.
No,
that was not P2.
Okay.
The Sergio, if you want to rewind for this overtake, I would scroll back a chicane or two back. Insane exit out of Tetra Rouge, huge slowdown from the 922, and I'm genuinely curious as the 28-9 car goes out for the lead with Zenith Esports, what that's going to look like for the being able to pull away from the draft. This may be a huge deciding factor in the race.
Yeah, right. If he gets out of the toe, that would be good for him. But you can see the power of the draft on Tetra Rouge.
The draft combined with the slowdown here.
That Zach Mitchell. The snap again.
Oh, hey, look at him keeping it out of the wall.
At least not too bad. Getting some dirt onto the track.
I think it gets worse. Same one, yep.
It is the same. Or he did it twice, perfectly synchronized. Yeah.
Well, now that we're looking at it, you can see the 33 pushing hard. This might bring the top four back together again.
Yeah, the gap is still the same for the last 3 laps, 2.6 seconds behind P2. But maybe the traffic will give and take a little bit. And here, Rope Kurkipeya for Impulse Racing by Walter Art, and I talked about that yesterday, and I will plug it again. Stefan Walter is a German guy he has his company Walter Art, and he's drawing race cars and doing it pretty well. And he's also selling his prints and originals in his Etsy store. So just Google Walter Art. He's a really nice guy. Also has a Twitch channel where he races some ovals, and you can watch him drawing the cars, and you can even book him to draw the car you would like. So just for that.
That's absolutely incredible. As we peek over to the 2.7 car going off into the gravel and having a nice, clean, easy rejoin. But yeah, I mean, you need to be surprised out of how we figure out a lot of our hobbies here. And the crossover across the twos. We get the 922 and the 33 Draco car coming into the pits right now. So Zenith and Impulse are going to be taking one more lap around the track here on fuel, it looks like.
Yeah, we have seen that before, that they were far ahead of the other ones. So that's the reason they go longer in the stints.
Absolutely. And I mean, the 29 was in the draft for the majority.
Slowdown for the Arete car, which we just watched. They were very, very far off in Tetra Rouge. So the slowdown mostly, a tricky thing to try to get away with that in the braking zone for the first percent chicane.
Absolutely. I mean, you're trying to strategically park it on the apex in here. Not trying to take away too much time from the guy behind and make it a penalty. But yeah, you gotta run your line and properly get it through the chicane here.
P2 is closing like the shark from Jaws again, and here he comes.
Yep, that has to be a result of some of that slowdown still existing, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, the race is still on. Nothing is lost, but the comfy lead of the Arete car is now gone, and D-Max Simtech is now back in the lead in the LMP2s.
Absolutely, and it's saying powered by what here? Can you see the name of that full team?
No.
DMAX SimTech powered by something. HVR. Well, whatever that
okay.
is.
Maybe Google it, guys. Write it into the chat.
I feel like that's a. I feel like HVR is going to take me down a rabbit hole of acronyms I'm never going to figure out.
And for for
Looks
your
like
information, the incident with Magic Arrow, the Capybara GTP, is now on the Capybara racing team, and they will get it right through penalty. So no intentional contact, but the incident responsibility is at the car with the 57.
Well, we'll see if the 57 has a chance to even serve that drive-through penalty after the repairs are taken care of. What we're looking at here, top 3 overall have collapsed in with the traffic and the fuel strategy here. The 02, the 204, and the 268 are all going to be going through the end of Mulsanne Corner here and coming down the long chute here before we get into the back half of the track.
That was already Arnage, I think, that they're now going to the
Arnage,
corners.
yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to find the walking ants on the track map.
Yeah.
They're going to be going through. It looks like the majority of the LMP2 traffic here, as that's going to hold up the leader behind the GT3, going through the end of the Porsche curves into the Corvette chicane here. Has somehow squeezed through no problem with Owen.
Yeah, and that's good for them. So Owen now has extended his lead a little bit. That helped the traffic, because the other guys like Mark Hilly here did have some issues with the AMG in the back.
Absolutely. GT3 leader has entered the lane as well. So I'm going to keep an eye out here on the side for the 29 car versus the Impulse and Impact or Instinct teams here.
Yeah, and also breaking news, basically. There's an incident number 344. It is Instinct Racing against Zenith Esports, so here in Split 3. So this may impact the lead of the GT3s, and the leaders in GT3s are now pitting also. So let's see what the stewards will decide.
Yeah, I'm going to be peeking at the video here. Looks like the 9... Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, here too wide for the chicane, but yeah, everything is solved before the braking zone.
Oh wow. What we missed here with the 2.9 and the 9.22 for the GT3 lead, it looks like the reason that gap existed is going through Indy. The 9.22 dove to the left on entry, and it's a mix of the 29 and the 9.22 cutting across each other's nose here and having a little 360 spin. Not too bad of a result here, but we'll see what the stewards think. Yeah,
could be very, very interesting then, when you lose the lead to something like that.
And it looks like the 2.9 is out of the pits here as well in GT3 with a 5-second lead. So we'll see how the tire warm-up comes in as we get back to this battle for second place in the overall.
No, that's the pit entry. But this car, the P3 car, did lose like 6 seconds in the pits, which is also weird. But yeah, it is what it is. Maybe they did some optionals, could also be.
Yep, that could be the case.
It's always good to save your fast repair if you have just minor damage. Oh, that was close.
That was really tight. Yeah, I mean, my biggest mistake always is accidentally leaving that fast repair button checked coming in the pits after a small scrape and repairing 3 seconds of optional repairs when I have no reason to do so.
Yeah, right. That's always a thing if you don't have a good crew or a good crew chief at hand.
Yeah, and yeah, I've been begging iRacing to give me a quick fire button to be able to turn off my fast repair, but it doesn't seem like that's the case yet.
Yeah, the only thing you can do is clear all from the clear all check marks, but yeah, it's always difficult.
It looks like my normal routine is clear all, add tires, add fuel whenever I need to clear the fast repair. And it's a cycle of 3 buttons I wish I didn't have to do every time.
And we have here Mr. Eskandari, 13 years old, also real-life karting driver, trying to get rid of a slowdown with some swerves here on the straight.
Yeah, I mean, that is a stubborn slowdown.
Yeah, it is. It shows you like 1.5 seconds, but if you try to get rid of that, it's not so easy.
Absolutely. I've taken a peek here. Battle for the lead in LMP2 seems to be closing up. He's been Arte Esports has been trying to chop that gap up from DMAX here. The last few laps, it's gotten from 1.0 to 1.5 on traffic as Arte bottoms out on the curbs here before going into Tetra Rouge.
And you shouldn't do that because the wall is very near on the left-hand side there. We have seen many cars also going onto the grass to maximize the entry into Tetra Rouge. So better be careful there. And here's some hypercar traffic coming through, like a choo-choo train.
Absolutely. I think it'll be fun in a lap or two to maybe ride a half a lap or two in one of the GT3 cars here as the hypercar and LMP2 train comes through. So let's put an earmark for that in a little bit.
Yeah, so it's still just one incident here in Grid 3, which is under investigation. So yeah, it is what it is. It is overall it's clean racing, but you see again the slowdowns coming in again also for Arete. I think it's the third in the last 2 laps, and now the gap is getting bigger and bigger behind the leader, 1.4 seconds now.
And what car number are you trying to see, producer? Oh yeah, so we're looking P9 GT3 the 00 is what we're going to be looking at, I believe.
Oh gosh! Oh god!
That is extremely close there with the 00 here. I mean that's a brutal way to go through it. If we even want to slide into the 25 GT3 car in car, it might be a fun time to take a peek here, as there's this battle here for I guess no battle here. It looks like there might be a lap car in the 83.
Yeah, but traffic is coming behind them. The overall leader out of the corner.
Yeah, so you can see first and second place overall battling as the 02 gives up the lead to the 268 as we're looking back here. So they're in a heated battle while these GT3s are just trying to survive at this point. You'll see him jump out left and right here trying to maximize the draft and blow by before the middle of the apex here.
Yeah, right. And yeah, that's the thing. You need to focus on your driving, focus on the rival behind, or maybe even you have the blue flag icon, but you are a little bit faster maybe, and then the hypercars coming into that situation. And we have seen a big crash yesterday when somebody thought, yeah, okay, it's just one hypercar overtaking me, and he wanted to go into the draft, but yeah, there was a second one, unfortunately.
Yeah, never fun. It looks like the lead for overall keeps collapsing even more with the 02 catching back up to the 268. Oh, and the gap's now getting stronger again. Must have been something in traffic or on an exit, but the 268 is going to try to break out of the draft here, maybe, depending on the exit here through the chicanes. Afonso, we've seen a lot of him today. Keeping it out of the wall here, though, and keeping the rear wing on the car.
Yeah, that's the good news, but still, unsafe rejoin. No, it was a little bit
Yeah.
unnecessary, but yeah, nothing, yeah, came out of that.
Yeah, he did stay to the correct side of the track there, and didn't completely run it back across the track. We'll see. We'll keep an eye out if that comes up the protest chain, but I expect no further action on that one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Looks like the 72 and 9 car had a jump start procedure after the safety car, and they're given a need further evidence on this one that's actually the wrong split here, to keep this train going. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4 protests in review, including that call for the lead in GT3 here. The 833 puts the nose in the wall right in front of the Ford chicanes here, and does it one more time.
Yeah, that's not so easy here, and he tries to go for the pits, I suppose. Yes, he tries. So he gets a little bit of a penalty there for unsafe pit entry, but yeah, better than crook around the track and endanger some other fellow drivers.
Exactly.
And I can tell you where yeah, you're right. And I can tell you, as you talked at we have seen that crash, you talked about the incident, and it's processed, I think, already by now. It was Instinct Racing against Zenit Motorsports, and Zenit Motorsports gets a drive-through penalty. It's incident 344. So the current leader of GT3 will get a drive-through penalty. But they have yep, it's reviewed. But they but they can protest it again. But yeah, let's see what they do.
Yeah, and you know, not to disagree with the stewards here, I do think that that the 922 in that incident cut right back across the 29's nose. It felt like he had nowhere to go except lift.
And so of course that's always a thing that can happen. And if I look at the gaps, they will fall behind P4 then.
We have P1 and LMP2 has pitted here. Keep an eye on. It looks like the 48 car is still on track. So the Arte Esports has stopped into the pits here, and will be 1 lap short on fuel from the 48 and the 51. Along with, well, looks like the 48 is actually, just a small glitch in the timing there. The 051 and the 48 did have 1 more lap here at gas.
Yeah, that's the case. We are riding on board with Owen Newman for Lumen Motorsports. Pulls its P2 overall, just half a second behind the leader, Logitech G ODBM Mercury. And yeah, we saw the battle, the trade of positions from the back end cam of the GT3s. And yeah, now it's the time again to push the other guy maybe into a mistake, or yeah, maybe a slowdown. And in the end, you can use that stint also to maybe preserve some of fuel, some of tires, to have a safe stint. And then it's, I would say, already time for the last hooray, because the last 4 hours will start here in the 24 hours at Major Series at Le Mans.
And what a battle, you know, across all 3 classes here. Like we talked about earlier, without that safety car, we just don't see that happening. You know, this would be strung out much more likely, but just to have so many cars on the lead lap, you know, showing the top, how many in the GTP class? I mean, if I'm seeing it correctly, the top 12 are all on the lead lap still. maybe more, which is just genuinely incredible. And then in the LMP2 class, we still have, it looks like 10 cars on the lead lap, and at GT3 it looks like we still have at least 8, coming almost crossing over the 19-hour mark. That's unheard of in an endurance race.
You're right. I mean, a little part of that are the safety cars, but of course it speaks for the consistency of the drivers, that they are still so many so close together and on the lead lap. Yeah, there he comes.
Leader will pit there with no fuel saving happening to speak of. Lumen will try to make this in lap as profitable as possible and see if he can do the overcut here a little bit.
Yeah, just the question is about the traffic here. It will cost him a little bit of time, but an empty car is always faster for Mr. Newman.
Absolutely, and the tire wear here at Le Mans is never too bad, especially with the side-by-side fuel and tire current setup here in iRacing.
Yeah,
I am curious, for those that have read the dev blog, how that's going to affect the future of iRacing with the different race series strategies.
Yeah, pile up in what was about the strategies in the dev blog.
One more time.
File us in what was in the dev blog about the strategies. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there was a section in the dev blog that came out earlier this week here, as we see a battle for P5 and GT3. Very clean pass here from the 39. So yeah. So the the main thing in the dev blog is that they had announced that they will have series specific fuel and tire rules, with the possibility of having this part was from Nim Cross a couple nights ago, jumping into a stream, possibility of like minimum pit stop times, things like that, but primarily confirmed is the ability to hopefully in the future, it might not come out in season 3 here, it might still be in the works, but different fuel and tire strategies on a per series basis. So like right now it's on a per car basis, where some cars you can do fuel and tires at the same time, some you can't. They will allow it. For IMSA we'll have one thing where GT4s and LMP3s will have another thing. It really just depends on what the main series decides on that. So we'll hopefully mix things up. I mean, some of us here that have been on iRacing for many years remember the good old days where you'd be driving the GT3 in the European Endurance Series. I think it was EES on here, and you would have to really decide on when you're going to use all those tires, or when you're going to make those tire changes. If you wanted to double or triple stint at nighttime at Le Mans, I mean, that could save hours.
I know. That's how we got our win, by doing a quad stint on one tire.
Yeah, cuts out so much time. As we take a peek in with Daniel, with the rear end and the whole rear clip coming off here. That's brutal here. Where are they running right now? They're now in 13th year.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, that's not gonna be a good look. It looks like Afonso is just finding trouble, whether it's his fault or not here. He's always seeming like he's involved in something here. Why don't we get just a clean rewind here and see how that actually happened, made from Afonso's in-car.
So let's have a quick look. Yeah, the Scherer esports car, of course, it's the virtual team of the Scherer team, which is of course a big name in the endurance racing at the Nürburgring.
Exactly. And let's get the in-car on Afonso. Probably seeing a little bit of smoke, not knowing what's going on, and coming across the hill. Afonso, that has been a tough run here.
I would put it on it. At least he tried.
Yeah, absolutely. And that car does not look straight either. If we peek at it going down the straight, it does not look great.
Yeah, big damage on the side there. Yeah, yeah. So Sakuran is here driving for the Heracles Performance Beta team, also with some trouble.
Oh, that's
Was
a
it just the
front
brake?
bumper.
Yeah.
Yeah, just didn't slow it up enough. Probably caught a crest there, and we'll see how long that bumper hangs on his way.
Yeah,
to pit road.
he's the clean guy and takes this garbage with him. Oh no, Alfonso again.
Oh, that Mercedes, like we said, is finding trouble no matter what.
Maybe he left a magnet in his pocket, getting into the Yeah, but yeah, if in Germany we call it Schadenfreude, but yeah, we don't want to make fun about Alfonso here, of course.
No, absolutely not. I mean, a lot of it just looks unfortunate. You know, Alfonso's been doing this for a while. He's got what, a 5K I rating. You know, he's not an unskilled driver by any means.
Yes,
it's like
just
he's
unlucky.
Let's just say I would not be going to the casino with him anytime soon.
But maybe lose in sim racing, win at the gamble table. I don't know.
Maybe that's how it works. He's gonna be due.
And we have William Foyle Will here for the Vulcan Motorsports team, and his hypercar currently in P6, followed by Istvan Deshi again for Spin and Tow Motorsport. I saw them spinning, but I still saw no tow from them. So yeah, hopefully they can advance a little bit more again in the hypercar class.
Yeah, we'll see how this shakes out. I genuinely, let's see, the 02 and the 46. Do they still owe us a pit stop here?
02 and the 46.
So we had the 268 fighting for the lead. Will we be getting the 02 into pit road here? Yep, there we go.
Yep.
The 268 going, or the 02 going to pit road here. We're gonna keep I'm gonna keep an eye on the. It looks like the 268 will probably be the car that we're keeping an eye on to see, you know, if they're able to overtake on the pit exit here. That 114 gap is about what you'd expect going into pit road here on a full fuel stint.
No, that's correct. And yeah, but you see, they are all like one lap apart now, so that may be crucial in the end. We have now 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. I think a stint in the hypercars is around 40 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I think
so if you count that down, yeah. At the race end, maybe the splash and dash will be longer or shorter, and will decide if you're on the podium or if you are even winning. And yeah, we have the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation team again, running in the top 10 with Maya Rose at the wheel.
Absolutely, and you know the Kiwis are always on me for messing up their, what are they, the White Ferns, something like that out there, because I'm always running their international split here. And it looks like the 02 is now exiting the pits and maintaining the de facto lead here on pit exit, and the 268 has a 9-second gap. So obviously we're gonna have a quick tire warm up here, but genuinely curious what caused such a big discrepancy here on the pit stop.
Yeah, could be, again, maybe repairing some optionals, could be a very, very bad pit entry. Yeah, could basically be everything. Yesterday we also have seen like hypercars trying to pit alongside GT3s going too wide into the pit lane, and that costs some time. So yeah, whatever it was, but yeah, you can gain time and you can lose time everywhere, on track or in the pit road.
Absolutely. You know, it looks like the appeal deadline has came and passed for the GT3 leaders. with the 2.9. They are still on track though, if I'm looking correctly. So the 2.9 must be either has started and mentioned they are going to appeal. You know, we'll see. Let's put it that way. We do have another protest that has rolled in here from the 351 in the 83 car for avoidable contact. I'll be taking a peek here on the side with the blurriest protest video I've seen in years.
That are always the good ones.
Yeah, it looks like something in the first chicane clipped the rear end here for a lower level position here. Nothing worthy of reviewing here on our end. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it looks like we got the two Arte Esports here fighting the 99. So interesting how this is shaken out, where the 48 and the 2 were fighting for the lead for a bit, and now the D-Max car has taken the gap back with this cycle of pit stops. It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out towards the end.
Yeah, that's right. But there's more trouble with Camden Craft, the 444, the Hyperion racing car, who had a good run, but yeah, that's and the rear wing. The rear wing is damaged.
It's loose. It's loose. Too bad iRacing can't hold on with it being loose. It's gonna eventually shake itself off, right? You'd think.
Or maybe.
Maybe not.
Oh.
I mean that was poetic.
What a moment here in the stream, in the split 3 of the Majors 24. We saw it coming. It hit Hitchcockian, you know. And here's Mr. Mendes.
The sleep deprivation of me got me there, but yeah, sliding off here with the number 6.
Yeah, also not too bad. Getting some gravel onto the run-off area. Yeah, it's good.
Could have been much worse there for the 6 car here, and we, you know, the 6 car since I woke up has had nothing but trouble.
Ooh, spicy too wide
looks like
here.
The 44 is making it known that he'll be overtaking here through Mulsanne corner as the 6 car here goes way to the left side off to the runoff area to make that overtake. And you know, you got to do something when the LMP2s are too wide.
Yeah, but yeah, the road is big enough at this point, so yeah, he can use that runoff area there for good use for the overtake, to be clean of them and let them race, because Eric Wilms now behind the finish competitor here into Anash. Yeah, could have been a contact, and we have seen some netcode here, so always think about a netcode when doing a dive. We have more incidents coming in. Incident 353. Magentos against Kiwi Sim Racing for blocking. Ooh la la. So Eric tries to hang on in the slipstream here, in the dirty air for the Corvette corner. Yeah, gets taken out a little bit there, but you always want to maximize there for speed, and yeah, it's a tricky off-track you can get there. And through the last chicanes before the finish line, and we're approaching lap 317. At the moment we are still in lap 316, and Stone Cold Steve also would be proud of us. Yeah, but still here in split 3 we have yeah, very tight racing still going on for the last 4.5 hours. I guess it will all come down to a pit stop cycle, and if somebody gets a penalty, like the Zenit Esports team maybe. Yeah. But as you can see, so close together for the podium spots, very competitive. And if you want to be part of that, join the Major Series. Go to majorseries.com, join the Discord, maybe drive some MEC races every other week, and also for the oval fans, there's something to race from all over the world, like the Indy 500 simulated here with several splits. Yeah, NASCAR, of course. So yeah, if you want to have some fun, join the major series. And I think
Absolutely.
Trevor's back.
Sorry for that, folks. I clicked the internal Discord stream exit button, and Discord decided it was time to run a quick update out of nowhere. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So usually it's pretty good about that. Still in the voice chat. So it shut itself off and started itself over to my 5 a.m. Eastern time confusion here.
Yeah, it's unhealthy. We talked about that, and also for our for the Discord. And
Yeah,
we have
Discord. Oh, you go for it.
No, you.
Oh yeah, well, all I'll say is, yeah, I mean that's, that's the case. Is when you're running this, I feel like I need to always do a standard restart every few hours. Whenever I'm in the endurance race, having a bit of a start back over here.
That's interesting. Battle for P3 and some GT3 in their way. So Istvan is now, yeah, he's back in 4th position at the moment, maybe even P3 soon. So yeah, they are going forward here. And as you were away, I talked about the pit cycles, and that maybe will come down to if you get a penalty, or if you are lucky with your pit cycle, then in the end with 1 or 2 laps difference. Yeah, but that's the fun of it. I mean, at the beginning, in the first hour, we had so much stuff going on. It was still 23 hours to go, and yeah, here we are with 4.5 hours to go. And still, it's not a race of attrition. So many cars are still racing, which is not always the case if you see the officials, even if you have a fast repair. So yeah, it speaks again for at least for split 1 to 4. And yeah, with the forecasted weather, of course, there is our entertaining, maybe later on the content split 10 with 84% chance of rain. But I think these are very happy that rain was out of the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And just cool that you have the variety. I mean, personally, huge fan of the rain. If there's ever any rain in an endurance race, it's probably the first one I'm signing up for, to be honest. It just adds so much more. And the battle for P2 here is picking up here at the 99 and 48 here, post pit stops. While the D-Max car tries to build that extra bit of a gap. Let's see. Do we have any insight here? The 2-9. Maybe we can get somebody in.
There's the black flag for Zenith Esports. It just popped up. Sorry.
Oh, black flag for Zenith in the chat. Yeah,
I mean,
they are being aggressive with the with how long they've dragged this penalty out on their end before making the pit stop or the drive-through.
Yeah. Now they got the black flag, so yeah, the stewards did take much care that everything is in order with that penalty, because it is, of course, every penalty is important, but in this case it's for the lead, for the podium maybe even. So yeah, bad for them, but good that the stewards will look into this kind of stuff.
Absolutely. And let's see, do we have the stewards channel open anywhere here? I guess I'm not a steward, so I wouldn't have that. But Sebastian, any way to get a steward in that may have made that decision?
Let's have a look.
I don't want to distract them too much, but it looks like they don't have too big of a backlog right now.
be they are all in one room. That speaks for big backlot.
We do have another one, Kiwi Sim Racing with Speed Nation, and the 353 back on lap 307. There was a bit of a blocking call out here on Mia. Mia looks like to have protested it. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad at all. Just tried to stay off track to the left, and she moved back across. It was no big deal. It was a nothing burger. I'm sure that will be reviewed with no penalty.
So I gave them a message. So maybe somebody will show up if they want to talk about that. But if he shows up, we can also shortly talk about the stewarding process and yeah, how you can join that. You can go to simracingstewards.com. That's also for your official needs. If you drive an official and you have a situation you want to check out with the community, you can use that, upload your video and get votes on the incident to, yeah, maybe also improve your driving style or show it around to that guy who crashed you. And of course, it's the possibility, the entry to become a steward yourself for events at majors and maybe even other leagues.
Yeah, I mean, it can be fun as long as you can keep a clear head with everybody arguing their case. As the 268 is overtaken by the 204 overall, as the 204 Vulcan Motorsports tries to make a run here at Lumen. Looks like we got Lumen fan in the chat as well. And looks to be the case post slowdown for the 204 making that pass. Draco has moved up into second place after that penalty with the 29. Looks like they are going to try and make a run here with the 33 car up for the lead here. They've been quick. It just feels like they've been stuck in traffic this entire race today.
Yeah, true, because also they have now a very big advantage to P3 and 2.6 again behind the leader Instinct Racing 922 after Zenit Esports took their drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it looks like the last few lap times from Draco have been just a few tenths up on the 922. And you know, it's all about chipping away here, and genuinely curious to see how this shakes out. We'll have a clump of hypercars coming through traffic here towards the end of the next lap as well between the 922 and 33. So it'll be really interesting to see how that shakes out.
And we have Tom Seal, who will join in from the stewards room. I will drag him in right now. Tom, there you are. Thank you for coming by to talk about the incident, which is very, very important because it was for the GT3 lead here in Split 3.
Yes, I did actually realize that when I issued the penalty that it was for the leader in GT3, but unfortunately some things happened to the leader at the worst of times, and in this case it happened, so...
Yeah, I mean, in the process, it is not important for the incident itself, and as you said, you worked on the incident and then realized, okay, that's for the lead. So, but I think the approach is never different in the stewards room.
No, definitely not. I didn't even realize it was for the lead when I looked at it, so it wasn't a thing that came into my mind of, is it for the lead, is it going to affect anything? I just saw the incident, and I mean, it looked like the 29 just came a bit too far across to the left, trying to get back to the middle of the track or the racing line for Arnage, so it just seemed like a pretty slam dunk penalty as a drive-through for me at that one.
Yeah, but nothing worse, so maybe they can recover from that. They are now 21 seconds behind the leader and still in contention for a podium, of course. But of course, yeah, maybe one tear is running down their left cheek, but yeah, It's still 4 hours and 24 minutes to go. How is it going in the stewards room for all the event?
We are getting through all the incidents pretty well. We've had a couple of issues with just some teams being a bit too, I guess, a bit too verbal about their disagreements with race control, but we've gotten through them and made sure to apply the incident or apply penalties correctly to incidents and just make sure that everyone's trying to do the right thing and that we can get through all of them as quickly as we can, but as correctly as we can too.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, it takes some time. Do you have a question, Trevor?
I do, yeah. I was wondering, did the 2-9 try to appeal that penalty with that incident for the lead there with the 922?
I don't believe they did. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure that they accepted it or just didn't apply for a penalty or apply for an appeal at all. No, it doesn't look like they did. They took it on the chin, so I figured that they realized that they were at fault for that one, and I'm sure that they'll try and claw their way back up to the front if they can. And I'm sure they will soon after leading the race for a little bit, and they had, a good 5 seconds at the front. So I'm sure there's plenty of time for them to recover from it. But yeah, an unfortunate incident from them and not what you would expect, not what you want when you're leading a race like this.
Yeah, and I think you applied well. The general rule of thumb being, you don't want to sit here and apply the penalty based on the pure result. You just want to, if a car gets knocked out of the race or has a 360-degree spin, the 922 only spun around and was able to recover with only a second or two gap. But still, the 2-9 was at fault in that. After reviewing it, I'm in agreement as well.
Yeah, and I wish that we could issue tiny penalties, like a 5-second penalty that gets served at their next pit stop, but iRacing doesn't allow us to do that. So the best we can do is if it's decent enough that they lose, I don't know, or if there's a decent enough incident where there would be a penalty applied in any case, then the least that we can do is a drive-through. Again, we wish it would be a 5 or 10 second penalty at their next pit stop, which they can serve during the race, but iRacing can't allow for that at the moment, so we're just working with the tools that we have.
Did you ever have an instance where you would let the car back through, or like give a position back?
If there's a situation where in the video clip, because we get video clips when we do our protests from the teams, so that we're not having to go to every split and try and recover all of the files and see the incidents for ourselves, we make the teams do that. So when the incident happens, when they put it up, if they have anything that relates to a redress or a redressing of position or something like that, then that will factor in. But if we don't see any of that in the protest, then we can't rule on that. So if there are redresses, there's a bit more leniency there to say maybe we'll downgrade it one step to a warning or something like that. But for the most part, I don't think teams will put that in. So unfortunately, we can only go off what's given to us.
That would be something that the offending team would probably give you in the appeal process then.
Yes, if the team would like to appeal it because they said that they redressed the position, then, and if they attach the video clip to the appeal, then happy to downgrade it to warnings and things like that if it's good enough for the race control team.
Makes sense to me. Well, Tom, it looks like you got 3 more, protests. Or actually, no, those are the reviewed ones.
No,
looks like you all have cleared your entire feed. So
Good.
Not a single protest we're waiting on right now.
Good, and I've just got to apply some more because I'm currently still in Split 3, so I've got a couple more that need to be applied. So you'll see those very, very shortly.
Yeah,
this has
like
been
the
a crazy
Magic
split.
Arrow and the Argentos against Kiwi, the blocking, no further action, of course. So nothing to apply there. And we also saw that here. It was basically what did you say, Trevor? A nothing burger.
Yeah, nothing burger. Yeah, the blocking with the Kiwi one from a few minutes ago. I just when I reviewed that one on my own, I was like, God, this doesn't even seem like something worth worth the half a gigabyte on my hard drive to review. The car was way off left, offline, trying to stay out of the way, and the car behind chose to follow them into the chicanes.
Yeah, people try
Yeah.
something to gain something also with a little bit of weaponizing the protest system, of course.
Weaponized incompetence, let's say. I've definitely never
Yes.
done it with doing the dishes at home.
Yeah, thank you,
I don't know
Tom,
how they
for
go
stepping
in.
by.
Yeah, no, of course, anytime. I do enjoy the stewarding portion of races like this, and it's always fun to be a bit more behind the scenes doing things like this.
Yes, see you in
Absolutely.
15 minutes when I join in for a little bit more. I can't do commentating because I have to also take care of the kids. And yeah, but it was fun to do 8 hours, 6, basically alone yesterday, and now having Trevor here it was a blast on commentary. And yeah, thank you, Tom, for stepping by.
No worries
Appreciate it,
at all.
Tom.
I'm sure I'll see you guys again sometime soon.
For sure. We'll see you around, man. Thank you for joining.
Cheers, guys.
Now, Seb, how long will we have you here before you close out from this and get in the stewards room?
It is 13 minutes. Then the hour is full, my second hour this morning.
All right. I will take this opportunity. Being the extra commentator here, I was going to bounce around a little bit, and I'll be back to fill the air while we wait on the next round of commentary for split 3 here. I haven't kept up with the Google Drive, so I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes after bouncing around some splits, checking in around.
Yeah, get some energy, but because I think you're alone.
I think I will be. God, I hope I have somebody joining at the very end. Okay, perfect, because I got to get out of here with the 2 hours left of the race. All right, perfect. I'll be back around, guys. See you all soon.
So, yeah, we are here with William Foyle. Will in P3 behind the spin and tow car, which I talked about before. They have a great run right now. We're back in the field now in P2, 690 car. And William, the 204, is trying to catch them back. Which will be quite hard when they reach the Porsche corners now, and the Ferrari is punching the air. Out of the way go the GT3s. Oh, is he doing it? Is he doing? No, he can't get the third one here, so that will hold him up a little bit, but he's still running at P3, so good for a coin here in the majors 24 at Le Mans. Now around the outside and into the Corvette corner. That works like a charm if you have all the downforce in the world. That's great stuff here. And it all goes safely without any contact. That's what we want to see. His gap is now 4 seconds behind P2. So better get going, and maybe the traffic will help him next time and not hold him up. But still it's astonishing that they have the confidence here in the car to run this so close behind the next competitor in front, which is a blue flag car, I think. Yes, it is. Out of the way he goes. Now taking it all out of Tetra Rouge down the straight to get maybe nearer and nearer. It's yes, Mr. Director, that's true. I opted for 2 hours. And I hear the family talking up above a little bit louder, so maybe my daughters did something which I have to make it my more priority then. So yeah, no more commentating. Maybe I can sneak back for the last and final hour because nobody else is there, and it Personally, I feel bad that Split 3 won't have any commentary in the end, or will you do it, Mr. Director? Yeah, we go with Lumen Motorsports and take a quick break before the final stage of this hour here with 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. So we are back with some impressions here from the track from Camden Craft, running P9 in the hypercar class in the 444 car, now approaching the Mulsanne corner, and yeah, trying to make up some track after his incidents and penalties and stuff, what was going on. Yeah, sad for him, but they recovered one time. Maybe they can do it a second time to get back into a position to maybe get a better finish, because also the car behind gets a black flag. It's the Capivara Racing Team getting their penalty deserved and yeah, by the stewards decided right now. Now in lap 323, so many laps down the road, no rain in sight, so everyone is happy about a dry track here, because with all the rubber on the track, a rainfall would be pretty devastating and pretty tricky to manage. Of course, it would be fun and would produce much content for the viewers, but I think every racer is happy who is at front that they won't lose any chance of taking that chance at the podium. And also like cars like the Spinto Motorsports Racing Team, who recovered so good over the last couple of, yeah, maybe 12, 13 hours back into a podium spot. Yeah, battle for the GT3 still close. Also penalties, which we talked about with one of the stewards, but the Zenith car is back into P2 at the moment with the pit cycle. So yeah, some will be happy, some will be sad. The Impulse Racing by Walter car is now in the lead, the McLaren, but they will also pit soon. Yeah, and I see that Mr. Blue Carl is in the booth right now, and if he is ready, he unmutes himself. Good morning, or whatever it is in your time zone.
Hey, it's currently 2 in the morning here where I'm at.
That's a good morning, I would say, in sim racing terms. So, Blue, you coming in, we got a off-track for a German driver named Jonas Hofstetter for the Team Endurotech.
I can't say I haven't done that one.
Yeah, it's not good on the tires, but it's just time loss, no impact into the barriers, so away he goes again.
And thankfully he's pretty far away from the next corner. It gives those tires time to cool down too. That's something that is really graceful with this track. There's a lot of time to cool down your tires and give them a time to just kind of rest, especially with how intensive these corners are in the LMP2 and Hypercar. They are so rough. I find mine going up, easily 10 degrees in some of these corners in the LMP2.
Yeah, right. Of course, the tires are now hot with the big braking there. And yeah, he has to be careful in the next couple of corners. We saw some people trying to make up time again after such an incident, which doesn't work, of course, if you go too aggressive in the next couple of corners with dirty tires or hot tires. But it's the way it is. The human is driving the machine in the end, and that's also in sim racing the case. I see many pit stops in the GT3 class, so there's some mixing going on. Instinct Racing 922's back in the lead in the GT3s.
Now, I will say something. I'm happy looking at this GT3 board here. Anyone who's maybe watching the MEC or even some of the major series races that I've done will know I'm a really big fan of the McLaren. And in fact, I was going to initially race the McLaren GT3, so seeing them in first here is awesome because the McLaren GT3 is my favorite GT3.
Yeah, in the beginning stage, they were out of the top 10 or at the end of the top 10. And yeah, the race developed, the track developed, and now we have two on the podium of the McLarens and still three in the top 10 with Empire Racing Vanilla now in the pits.
Now, and then something else I want to bring up is this GT3 field, I mean, honestly, this whole field, it's still competitive up here. A lot of races I see lose their competitiveness, and now I haven't been in the high splits. I've been down in split 7 and stuck in there, and it's not too competitive for us. We're multiple laps down into the GT3 field as an LMP2, so it's nice to see some competition. I mean, we got 0.6 between these two top hypercars. Both Ferraris, take that as you will. I believe they've won it the past few years. So, seeing such a small gap, I mean, this is something. This is good racing. This is what endurance racing is about,
It is. And with the technicalities of safety cars, I think the last safety car was about 3 hours ago from now. That was also the last one in the split, so there will be no new safety car for the remaining 4 hours. But these safety cars bring the field back together and provide also some better racing experience and more realism to all what we are doing here.
Honestly, these drivers, they just love realism. They love realism, let me tell you.
I mean, that's why we're doing it here and not on the PlayStation. It is what it is. I mean, iRacing has its flaws, but the most important thing is that it's as real as it gets, and we have Istvan Deshi joining the pit road 609 now in, and P3 William Foyle also.
Though I will say, we brought up the PlayStation earlier, and obviously you're referencing good old Gran Turismo. No hate to anybody who plays Gran Turismo. It was my first real simulator game, so
I was more thinking about stuff like Ridge Racer or whatever. It wasn't even a dig at Gran Turismo, but you know what I mean. Like you can't do some stuff there what you can do here.
No, not at all. I mean, you can't host your own sessions as far as I'm aware there. So, or not in the same way, especially not in this size with a full 24 hours and safety cars and just all of it. It's something.
It is something. It is the Majors 24. We have 4 hours to go in Split 3 here. It was a pleasure to be here. 6 hours yesterday on block, and now 2 hours for the European coffee time with Microsong, with my coffee here in the commentary booth. Thank you, Blue. I hope you will have fun later on. also with the colleague joining in. And will you stay to the end, the last 4 hours?
I'll see what I can do. I'll see
Okay.
what I can do.
So I hope you have good endurance.
Ooh.
Oh, and another moment at the end of my stint here. So another case for the stewards, and yeah, I said it. I say it one last time. If you want to be a steward, or if you want to have checked out your stuff from the officials, go to simracingstewards.com. Yeah, that was Sebastian Hollmichel here in the Majors 24 in Split 3. Thank you for watching, and yeah, maybe see you soon. And I will join the stewards room right now.
Go say I did all the stewards for me.
I will. Have a good time here. Goodbye.
Have a good time,
Also,
Sebastian.
goodbye to David Forge for the directing of the broadcast here. Bye, guys.
So with that, we are going to take just a moment to get our bearings here, and we're going to let you watch this multi-class action just kind of sort itself out. Now we come back to you with potentially the battle of a decade. We got a Porsche on a Ferrari, two of the best, arguably best car brands of all time, battling for second in the hypercar category overall. So we got Tim Van here driving this 46 around, and then we got behind him Edward Hope, good old British, driving Team Loose X Spurwing. Here we are. I like this camera. Very nice saucy camera here. It's some good view of the wheel. And as we got a bit of a dive into the pits, we got the leader into the pits, P2, P3, P1 and LP2 coming into the pits as well. And here we are with the leader. We're gonna up on Jack. He's getting some fresh tires. I'm sure they're nice and burnt up, being in the dry now as the track is, I'm sure, starting to heat up. Now let's see. Let's take a little peek, see if P4 comes into the pits and follows suit. If not, we could be looking at an overcut play. And I think we might be looking at maybe just a little bit of an attempt at an overcut as the O2 Luma Motorsports car comes out of the pits. P4 cutting down a lot of time. About 4 seconds back from the Lumen car. And we have this Porsche coming out, another Porsche coming out for the Logitech team and Cronus. So temporarily, it is Ferrari, and then a Porsche. And I'm only seeing Ferraris and Porsches in the hypercar category, which is just about right. We got, and here we are with looking at 11th, and I think I might like this livery. It looks nice. I like the colors on here. This here, as I've been informed, is the only non-Ferrari and non-Porsche hypercar running the BMW, the big old sniffer, for Hercules Performance team. I'm semi well acquainted with. I've seen them in the MEC. They put down great work, and then well, they're putting down great work here alone getting into split 3. And let me tell you guys, it was competitive, even just getting into split 7. Alright, and here we are with your closest battle between the GT3s for Drakkar Racing and Impulse, Porsche and McLaren. My own personal rivalry, also with the Porsches, is, well, I drive the McLaren, and everyone thinks the Porsche is better. So, we might just see that settle today as we get fighting for P3. It's like we got the McLaren, they're all in the draft of this LMP2. LMP2 is going to start to pull away. It's going to try to take the GT3s along as this Porsche's in right behind him, tucking in right behind. Oh, never mind. That is Acura. I am very sorry. Oh. Few camera glitches, but that's okay. As the Acura is ahead now of the McLaren. I thought it was for the Porsche. It was with the Acura. I have no beef with the Acura. No, here we are. We're going to take a bit of a break looking at Patrick Zagaric of the O2 for the Lomi Motorsports. Coming down fast. Ooh, just either not enough brake or just a small lockup. You see a bit of smoke coming out from the tires. I think that was a little lockup, just a little puff. And that's all it takes to get loose in that corner. And thankfully, he didn't put it into the wall, spreading some gravel into the circuit for all the other cars to enjoy. Now here we are back live. No changes so far. The Acura here starting to pull away, but nothing too big yet. These two, I think, are pretty similar in pace. They look to be. And we're going to have a bit of a multi-class action to maybe spice it up just a little bit. Trying to get the slipstream. A little bit of a blink, but it's okay. Here we are down 2 more straights down this track before we get to the front. Oh, and we're gonna take just a little bit of a second. Here's about what we were talking about earlier: the Porsches and the Ferraris and hypercar. Now we got one for the lead coming up here. About 0.5 between these two here. Closest battle all on circuit. Those other two spreading out quite a bit, but I will keep an eye on that relative, and so will David, I'm sure. So we don't miss a single bit. P7 and P6 also have closed up here. Now there's no lack of fighting on this circuit. I mean, I think almost everyone's on the same lap as the leader here for the hypercar. I haven't seen any lapped cars yet. Up to P12 is what I'm hearing. And there is about 15 of them that are here, but the top 12 is all together on the same lap, which just shows you the absolute monster pace these guys have. And I mean, David, can I get you know what lap times these guys are doing as we get some off tracks and running out wide?
Yeah, so for lap times in the hypercars, last lap for Andres Kuksma in the number 690, he's our current overall leader. He ran a 3.2720 that last time by, and looking through here, that is a relative fast time in relation to Patrick Zagarek, who actually ran a 4.42. He's the one that went off track that we saw there. P2 Scott Rattlegun Rankin, he ran a 3.2658. So these guys are still absolutely blistering out there.
Thank you very much, David, for that little bit of info. You're the man with all the info. You feed it to me and I say it, but sometimes we gotta bring you in to give the info. And I appreciate it, as we are seeing some yellows pop up, but I think it's just maybe some off tracks and stuff. It's nothing too big, I don't think, for the car in P3. They are slowdowns, is what I'm being told. So a bit of a slowdown. Now, handle it tactically, of course, as we have P4 also coming up behind. We're about to have a three-way fight for the podium, with multi-class traffic in between, causing its own disruptions. So we see how much slower he's making the GTP go through here. Look at it, a little dive on this side. Still a slowdown here for Patrick. But don't get by that GT3. Run away from it now. Here we are. P8 looking at P7 here in the hypercars as well. We got, like I said, fights all over. We're jumping around a lot, but that's because we got fights all over. We want to bring you all of them. And you're also just now seeing just how close it is between all these cars. Back to P7, it's only a 34-second difference. That's really, really close. I don't know if anyone has seen, I mean, even a lot of other motorsports, but that even lower split motorsports, I mean, they're holding their own. And they're holding it close, and they're keeping it together. And I mean, that's awesome. I love seeing that from any driver, really. E3 and 4 also still close together here in the hypercar category, about, half a second. Holding it nice and close. They're chasing each other, and you see, and I mean, this is just the tactic, is to have a car in front of you that you know you can chase down, and then you're just going to keep pushing. And I wonder if that's the plan for this Cronus car with August. Yeah, August in it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But whatever it is working here in the slipstream. Down to the first turn of the straight. Nice and late on the brakes. And smooth through the turns. Man, I am jealous. GT3 traffic throwing it around. Slowing early, letting them kind of, car ahead here, the Logitech car kind of, or sorry, the Lumen car kind of just send it in, but didn't quite work. Lost them some time, though. It's been shown that they can gain it, and they have the slipstream still. It isn't gone just yet. This track's a really long track, really fast track. There's a really big slipstream. Here, looking at the cars in miles per hour, I see it ticking up to 200 miles per hour down the straight. Looking outside, coming into Indianapolis, thinks better of it, backs off. Coming in, hard brake. Smooth, oh yeah. Bit of a look and no-go for the 297, but that's okay. You don't want to fire it too early. Simply should not kill the car. And you know, I talk to a lot of people, and this section comes up really frequently because everyone says Le Mans is boring. A lot of friends who I talk to, they're like, oh, it's straight, and then a corner, and then straight, and then another corner. And I should bring up this last sector of the track. I mean, I don't know how many people watching have driven it, but I'm assuming some of you guys have. I mean, anyone who's driven it knows it's a tricky spot to get right. You mess up one portion of it and it's over, and it's oddly technical. It looks like it should be easy, but I assure you it's not. And these drivers look to be nailing it almost every single lap. And speaking of technical, this first sector kind of spot here also is coming down through Dunlop. Pretty tricky turn right here. I can tell you from experience, don't hit that curve, you'll run out, and then the other curve you can take like that, as these guys do. And now they have a second. And here we are, speaking of the Porsche curves again, we're looking at these LMP2s, P3, P2, Endurance Enjoyers, and Project Linked Racing Team. Two different spectrums of the iRacing naming, but that's okay. So we're going to work on barreling it down to the last few corners, and then we're going to get onto the main straight. We're going to see if there's maybe a bit of a desperate move coming into the last turn. Or coming into turn one, sorry, not the last turn. Though I would like to think these guys are smarter than we do see GTP coming up behind them. It could throw a wrench into these plans. GTPs are quite a bit faster than the LMP2s on this block. Obviously, I don't know if it's been talked about, but I'm sure it's been talked about to death. But if you do not know, or you're just joining us, it is a custom BOP for the Majors 24 here at Le Mans. Not the iRacing one, and not the actual IMSA one, not the actual WEC one. I don't know why I said IMSA. But it's quite a bit of fun. It took some of the power out of the LMP2s, which makes the GT3 traffic just a little bit harder, but makes it way easier on the hypercars to pass up GT3s and LMP2s. Makes the multi-class, honestly, in my experience, just a little bit easier almost. As we're going to be pushing 200 miles per hour here in these LMP2s at the top of 6th gear. Side by side, gets to the nice pass. I want to say it was let up there, but Project Link's now in second in the LMP2 for you guys here. And we're coming back into P4 and P3 at the hypercars coming through Indianapolis. We got a pass here. We are around the outside. Are we seeing it? Oh, yeah. Sometimes the line's the fastest. Heart-rushing pass right there if you've ever tried it. Oh, man. Let me tell you. So we got slipstream coming up into the Porsche curves, and we're gonna watch these guys. Look at this. Look how these guys just nail it. Curb. Getting on the other curb, passing the GT3 traffic in between. Still keeping on their lines. Holding tight. Nails this, gets the right power out of it. I mean, not my favorite circuit, but man, is it the trickiest that I know. Now we're looking back at the LMP2 here. P2 to P4, all nice and close to each other. I mean, look at these guys. All tucked in together. You can almost just give them a blanket. Have a nice little snuggle fest at 200 miles per hour, and everything's okay. You know, and maybe kiss the homies goodnight, but to each their own. That's my plan. And we're coming down the Porsche curves. P2 starting to pull away. P3 and P4 holding each other up here, I think. And I don't know how much they recognize it just yet. But I'm sure they're starting. I'm sure they're starting to. I mean, look at this gap. P3 and P2 holding real close. A hypercar once again coming up behind, or is that a GT3? No, that is a hypercar. I am correct. On the inside, okay, we're good. I almost saw a replay. And maybe a protest for the stewards to look at, but it didn't happen. We're okay. Getting the slipstream out of the faster hypercar, hoping it'll pick him up just a little bit more, and I don't think it quite did too much. Here. We have a bit of a replay we're going to look at for Pit Venanzi. RD Esports out of the 83 coming through the Ford. So we got, getting it loose. Goes around. No damage. Middle of the track though. Not the best spot to sit, but it is off the line. Spins back around to the line, but there's no cars nearby, so it's all good. And we're coming back live. Nothing has changed. We still got these LMP2s fairly close together, though Cronus GG's car is starting to pull away. Got a slipstream time gain for P4. Another Cronus GG car, I meant the Logitech car. I'm looking at the completely wrong set of the graphic, guys. I thought we were looking at prototypes drivers. That's just how fast these guys are. Very sorry. The Project Synced car starting to pull away here. But Endurance Enjoyers and Toretto's is keeping it nice and close, about 0.2. So we're on the rear cam of P3, looking at the Toretto's red car. Look, that's a nice red. I don't mind that red. I like that red. Small event for Ricky Renner as they're heading down the straight. Ricky got... we're just... I think we might have missed it. That car looks like it got some damage. But just gives it a park. I think there may have been an earlier contact. Oh. And gets it going again? I'm going to rewind and try to find this here. See if we can find something that might have caused them to be slow. Yeah, we're thinking it was something in the real world. But we're coming back in the perfect time side by side between these two cars for P3 overall in the LMP2 category, and it's through for Toretto's. Project Sync's backed up a little bit. They've gotten a bit closer, running out into the gravel here. It's not over yet. There's still a straight coming up. There's still the Porsche curves, and Porsche curves, not the greatest spot to fight, but you can get some cars to back out if you have the inside. And I think that might be what Endurance Enjoyers are looking for. Daniel here. Is he close enough to get that slipstream enough? I don't quite think so. Gonna look at this pass one more time as they're heading through the Porsche curves. Just has the inside for these corners, and I mean, here we are coming into Indianapolis. Endurance Enjoyers makes the smart decision and X out of that. It would have not ended well going side by side, most likely, more likely than not. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would have actually ended PG. But this ending is also pretty PG for Toretto's as we come and look at these 7th and 6th position in the hypercar while they figure out if they're going to keep fighting and while they have a gap. You know, I just love these GTP cams. I mean, they're beautiful. And I know exactly who makes them. It's the awesome people over at Whiplash Sim Cams. I mean, come on, guys. Look at this onboard. Look at this onboard cam. Does it not just fill you with just a little bit of joy? Come on. It'll look great in YouTube videos. It'll look great in your own broadcast. If any of you guys there are looking to get into it, look into Whiplash Cams. Let me tell you that. And I work with the man who makes them, and he's an awesome dude. He'll get you set up good. Don't worry. It's where you decelerate from 200 miles per hour all the way down to 70 or 80 really for Indianapolis. What is their lowest speed here? Let's see. 50 coming through the last right-hander out of Indianapolis here. Quite the slowdown considering these cars go 200 miles per hour, but hey. And I will say this is the closest battle we have on track, so we're going to let this run for just a little bit so you guys get to look at a bit of a hypercar lap. And I mean, let's be honest, these hypercars do sound pretty nice.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch this wonderful battle happening here for P3, 6 and 7 in the hypercars. Oh! Edward Hope
Ooh.
into the wall. That's not going to be what he wants. He's definitely going to lose some time on that while also trying to navigate
Absolutely.
the slower, accurate GT3. You know, we have just over, and I mean 3 minutes over, 3.5 hours left in this 24-hour race. These drivers collectively have ran over 330 laps. I mean, it's been an absolute beating. As I'm seeing an event here, we're going to take a look at Jeffrey C. Langerak in the
Ooh.
number 44, I believe
Not the
that is.
Toretto's car.
As we see him
You
come
just
in
got the position.
hard under braking.
Oh.
Just locked it up. Little self spin,
That's-
nothing too bad there. He's able to get going as
No-
you see a GT3 come flying by on his left. Ain't gonna take him much time at all to be able to catch back up to him. So we're gonna shoot
You
back
know-
live.
You could say it was nothing major. All right. All right.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Now this battle for P5 and 6 now is kind of
Picked up a
closing up
position
here.
somewhere.
They're less than
A
half
little
a second
flash.
between each other. Yeah, just a little flash trying to get by the slower traffic of the GT3. But yeah, these guys have been going at it. These drivers have been just driving absolute on the dash, I should say. On a track that's not necessarily the easiest track, but also not the hardest track on there. There's a lot of high-speed sections where after a long time of driving, you really start feeling complacent. So, I mean, if you're tired and you're really just barely hanging on, this is where you'd be more likely to just kind of space out. But, you know, they're going 208 miles an hour, really rapidly breaking down to just under 80 miles an hour. And they're doing that lap after lap, and that takes a lot.
It takes so much, and I mean, forgetting where you're at is honestly more frequent than you'd realize. Just linking back to my own personal experience last year during this event, as we have P8 and LMP2 making it too wide.
Yeah, it's gonna be P8 to
Hold
P6.
it together, boys.
These guys are just
P6
absolutely
all
throwing it
together.
in. Yeah, I mean,
Speaking
these
of
guys,
LMP2,
go ahead.
okay, I was going to finish my story here as we, I think I might want to wait a little bit as we run down to Indianapolis. Been looking around the outside for this GWR car. He's gonna get around the outside, though. That's the real question. He is on the line for Indianapolis. He's on the right braking point. He's not giving just a second to the Artie car. Decides to take second behind. I think that is a smart choice. We're still bumper to bumper, though. I mean, I want to finish my story, but I can't while you guys are doing this, but I'm not complaining. I like watching this racing.
Yeah, these guys are a little bit of contact.
A little
Yeah,
tap.
Yeah, you know,
Nothing too big.
the slipstream is a very powerful effect on these cars. I've been watching it for, I don't know, 7-8 hours now, and it's impressive how quick these guys can pull up onto each other, staying in the slipstream and barreling in at over 150, 170 miles an hour, hard on the braking. These guys are doing a really good job at giving each other space. You know, these drivers are just absolutely being respectful, and you can see it. I mean, as far as the hypercars go, top 12 is currently on the same lap as each other. Here in the LP2, not a single vehicle a lap down that's still running. We have the number 11, or the number 833 in the LMP2s, who is a lap down, and a couple others. But for the most part, the top 10 of the LMP2s are running within the same lap of each other. You know, however many hours in we are, you know, that's an impressive feat. And I don't know, I did the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and I did 12 hours. You see, now diving to the left side, little bit of contact, not too much. A little bit of wheel spin out of the number 2 of Morton. Able to hang on to it, though. Not too bad of an effort there on both drivers. These guys are the closest battle on the track right now, at less than half a second from each other, even though it might look a little bit spaced out right now on this onboard camera. They're only half a second from each other, going 160 miles an hour. And, you know, you're driving on the highway and someone cuts you off. It happens quick. Imagine amplifying that quite literally doubled, if not more. I mean, as they're nearing 195 miles an hour now. You see,
I'd almost say tripled.
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You see, look at the power of the slipstream as he goes to make the pass. Good job
Deep
on
dive.
the number 2 there, yielding just enough, but this is not necessarily what you want to see, as faster traffic now flying by. That's going to be the 204 of the hypercars.
Just giving them a little bump draft and hole out when the time is right, potentially.
Can you imagine bump drafting at 180 miles an hour in a car that's not designed for that? Because I come from oval, that's normalcy for me. But in these, I would be gripping that wheel so tight my fingers would lock.
I would be terrified. It can already be difficult enough in an oval car, and I know how you feel, because now my oval experience extends to C-class trucks, fixed trucks. But most of it has been Draft Masters.
Uh-oh,
man.
technical difficulties for the car behind the number 20. I think that's the number.
They're out. Like, consider it out. That's a DC right there for the number 2.
Yeah, that's
Some
unfortunate.
sort of internet issues, or as we like to call them, mechanical issues.
Gotta sell the immersion
Here
some way,
in the
right?
simulation world. Exactly.
We got a
There's some
close
sort of mechanical issue.
battle happening right behind
go.
them in the hypercars. That's going to be P6 and P7, Kostek Sulowicz and Edward Hope, as they come up on a slower car. This is not what the 10 wants. As you see the 46 looking to the right side, not able to make anything happen just yet. But that slower car in front of them is going to really cause a damper to the plans of the number 10 as well as the number 46, because it's not a matter of, oh,
Ooh,
that wasn't the hamper I was thinking
there
of.
we go.
That's a protest.
I can see a protest going. Let's take a nice look at this from Luca. Maybe Constance Spin. I don't know though. I think this
Yeah, just turns it in and
just-
misjudges.
misjudges his face. I mean, that's so easy to do in these cars. The nose is just—it's longer than you realize it is at the time, and
Absolutely.
that hurts.
But the good news is for the number 10, that's going to be a minimal situation there. You know, he did kind of get some right side damage, backed it into the wall. But when we see him get going here, I'm not going to be surprised if there's not much damage to that right rear tire there. He's going to be able to kind of get going. While frustrating, not day ending, and we do still have just over 3 hours remaining, so 3 hours and 26 minutes right now. So he has time to make up some ground, and we've seen pretty much every other driver out there already making a mistake in our first opening hours. So these guys have been able to just go through everything. You see him flashing towards the car that just happened with. Going to be interesting to see how this works out.
Oh, not happy at all.
Such a big
For-
difference in speed, and yet both cars are fast. You can see the 445. I hope that's an apology flash.
I don't know. That was a pretty aggressive overtake, and being the slower class pretty often, sometimes your emotions get the better of you and you hit that flash button. I'm just saying.
Now, I got a teammate who mostly does oval. When we were practicing for the Sebring 12 and the 24-hour Nürburgring, we learned that the button flash is a hold. You don't have to tap it and repeatedly tap it. And I'm telling you, I've
That's
never
true.
had a headache from a practice session. We were doing it at night, and he just absolutely held that button. So a lot of guys just love to use it for whatever reason it may be. As you see here, the number 10 making a hard right to get around the number 83 in that GT3.
And I didn't actually do. It's really funny because I'm a road guy, and I didn't even know it was a hold until literally today, actually. Or I guess for me it was yesterday. Still during this race, though. It was within the past 24 hours. Less than 24 hours, but within the past 24 hours. Yeah, it's some of my teammates over down in Split 7, Full Throttle Motorsports. Love you guys. Informed me it is a hold, and I didn't know, and I abused it when I was on my own, and then I forget to use the flash button when I'm around everyone else.
Well, I honestly, you're talking about how sometimes the emotions get the better of a driver. I learned it because I was so tired of him flashing me, and so he's faster than me most of the time, so he passed me, and I just started mashing it. I'm like, my thumb hurts, so I just held it, and I was like, no kidding.
It's working. Hey, it's still flashing. Flash,
Yeah,
flash,
so-
flash, flash.
It made turning and flashing him the entire That's phrasing. Made it a lot easier, I'll tell you that. I did not lose much time while still continuously strobing my headlights. I'm pretty sure the wiring team was mad at me because they had to rewire it after I burnt out the bulbs and the wires attached to it. You know, I'm looking through the field here. We are lap 336 for the leaders, so roughly 325 at the lowest for the other drivers. Everybody's kind of paced out into their own little groove. A couple cars here and there are less than 3 seconds apart from the vehicle ahead of them or behind them. But we're not done. Yeah.
We're not. Well, no, we're not at all done. We have 3 hours left, and the top two, Chronos GG and Lumen Motorsport Pulse, and Hypercar, and almost within a second of each other, within 2 seconds, they're keeping it close.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's just a matter of every race has their ups and downs, and the fact that these drivers are able to stay within, you know, the same lap after such a long period. You know, I know we're looking at a top 3 split here, and these are some very skilled guys. I'm looking at some of these guys' licenses here, and they're pretty skilled. Nothing to shake a fist at. A couple 6,000 iRating, a couple 4,000 iRating, and you know, they're safety ratings. Most of them are going to be A class above 4. And while it doesn't sound like a huge feat, there's what, 30 something corners here at Le Mans?
Yeah, is that 38, I believe it is?
38 corners, and the way the safety rating system works is it's per corner basis. So you could really have a real clean race and gain quite a bit, but it averages itself out. So these guys running an official series, if they run it a lot, they're going to gain less the more they run. So the fact that these guys are able to run as clean as they are is not surprising given some of these safety rating system or safety rating markings I'm seeing here.
Now, give me just a moment, because you reminded me of a quote talking about the lows, and it reminded me of a quote from Broadbent, but I can't find it. It's in one of his endurance videos. Oh, this is gonna take out my brain just for a little bit while I go to look for this, because it's gonna bother me until it does.
I totally understand. No, I totally understand that. You know, while he's doing that, I'm gonna take a look and show you guys the top 3 of each class. Right now we got August Cursus in the Chronos GG machine. He's gonna be sitting on first place overall in the hypercars. He's got just under a 3-second lead off of Patrick Zegarek in the Lumen Motorsport Pulse. That's going to be a 17-second gap, or almost 18-second gap between him and Fury Simsport Red, the driver of Kostek Solowej. These guys have been contenders all day, all morning. For the first 6 hours of coverage, we saw them making some really good moves, and their strategy came into play, and they were able to kind of just execute where they needed to be. And then looking back at the LMP2s, we got the endurance enjoyers, Daniel Etanasov. He's currently leading the LMP2s with an 18-second lead off of Mia Rose right now for Kiwi Sim Racing, Speed Nation. She's sitting in 2nd place right now. Pretty impressive feat. We focused on her a few times in the first 6 hours of coverage because she was always up towards the middle to front of the LMP2 field, as we see her coming into pits now to potentially get some tires and fuel. But she was sitting in P10 for quite some time. We talked about her with a protest, and you know that was cleared out. But she's been able to work her way up in a 2nd position, which is pretty good. Louis Ricard with Lumen Motorsports sitting in P3, and we're going to take a quick moment here and take a look at a replay of Harmut Bond. He went off the track and had a pretty major event here. He popped up in my race event a few times. You see, he just kind of loses his back end, noses it into the wall, comes back around the track, and rests the wrong direction. Let's see if there's more to this. Nope. Yep. A little eager on the victory burnout. Spins out trying to get going again. And we've seen this a few times. A couple drivers have have had a self spin, and when they get going, they get a little bit eager, a little bit caught up in the situation, and they just throttle it just a little too hard. So I'm going to be interested to see what effect this has for Arma Bond for the Sherwood Esports team. But going back live, Erwin Woodstraff for DMAX Simtech, powered by, I think that's HVD, HVR. I remember that conversation now. Sorry about that. They're going to be sitting in third for the LMP2s. They're 40 seconds back now off of Louis Ricard with Lumen Motorsports. Going to GT3s, we have Raul Pellicero in the Zenith Esports. Sorry, I haven't talked all 8 hours, so I'm just getting warmed up on my pronunciation. They're leading the GT3 class right now with just over a 13-second lead off of Sandra Muller in the Impulse Racing by Waldhart. They are 10 seconds ahead of Igor Popovich for Phantom TF competitions. They're sitting in third position. 24 seconds honorable mention from Jet Saragi. So these guys kind of spaced out, taking their time, and just really letting that clock run down, ensuring they're where they need to be. And as you see, they're coming into pit road now. So these guys are going to start their cycle, make sure they get fresh tires, fuel, maybe see a couple driver changes here and there. As I'm looking for, looks like there were a couple driver swaps for the LMP2s. So now might be the time where you're going to see a couple drivers switch out and maybe bring in a faster driver, or just worry about consistency. Maybe find the most consistent driver to kind of help either hang on to where you're at or get a little bit further. And an update on Harmat Bond in the Scherer Esports. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, and I apologize. He actually has a meatball flag. So we're going to see him coming into pits now to try and get that fixed out. Now, we're 21 hours, just under 21 hours into this event. It's been a long, drawn-out day for some of these drivers. Does he have a faster pair? That is the question. Have they been able to keep their ride clean this entire time? And are they able to just get in and pop it back out magically? Or are they going to lose even more time as they sit in P13 at this very moment for the... I believe that's the hypercars. Yep.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, we absolutely will. But looking up at P2 and P3 for the hypercars, we have Mark MR. I'm not going to try to butcher that. And then Andres Kuksma with Spin and Tow. They're second and third overall. Now going to be P1 for Andres Kuksma in Spin and Tow if they don't pit, since Edward Hope of Team Loose X Spurwing, they came in just now to get their service taken care of. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything funnels out. A lot of these drivers have been able to come into pit and really get what they need done and not lose any time. We've seen the leader come in and come out in the same position. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works. As I'm watching, Edward Hope has entered the pits, still in the pits. Andras has not came in, so it looks like it is going to be a successful overtake for the overall lead for Andras, with Mark
Temporarily
up 2 seconds behind him.
I mean, temporarily a successful overtake. It might not last forever. Now, I have good news. I found the quote.
Perfect.
Are we ready for this?
Absolutely.
It's a short one.
I am checking chat while you do that. I see something that says interview, so I'm just going to check in on that while you say it.
Or it's a short quote here. After working on one of Jimmy's first NLS races, Misha had a small incident and got collected. And this is what he had to say about it, and this encapsulates it, endurance racing so perfectly to me. Today, it's been so up and down. But you know what? This perfectly showed what this place is about. It perfectly captures what endurance racing is. You get these insane highs and then these shattering lows, and these drivers are feeling it. These drivers are feeling both sides of the spectrum.
Absolutely, and pair that with exhaustion. We have Scott Rankin who's going to join us here in the booth for a quick chat. But before we do, Malte Clausen has had an event, and let's take a look at that and see what kind of shenanigans he's up against. As you see him coming out of the corner, just loses the back end and just kind of power slides over to the left side of the track. Couple cars approaching, clean and relatively safe rejoin there after a very scary situation. Anyways, Mr. Scott Rankin, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's the right event though for that guy, multi-classen. He's in a multi-classen race.
I've been thinking that this whole time. Thank you.
It didn't even process in my brain. It didn't even process.
As we take a look now real quick, P3 and 2 for the LMP2, they're battling. We're going to watch this while we have a chat. How has your race been for you and your team? Because if I'm not mistaken, I was focusing on a lot of telemetry. You are with Logitech G ODBM Mercury in the hypercars, correct?
Well, that's absolutely correct. And just climbed from the car and headed on over to Mark Hilly. He's got a mountain to climb, but he has his climbing axe, he has his spikes on, and the man has bolted himself into his seat.
Yeah,
By
I mean,
a mountain.
You guys
Do
are
you
sitting
mean-
P2.
I said, do you mean 0.4 seconds to the leader, current leader right now?
It's a tricky one because I'm running strategy numbers for a number of the cars. The biggest thing at the moment, there's probably about 6 cars that are actually technically in this GTP race, and there's a strategy race going on. Some of these guys, there's a 5-lap run if you're only doing the 11-lap stints that you sort of got to clear, and there's a few guys that are clearing that at the moment in terms of their fuel savings. You'll see them sort of lift their pace again if they clear that. But the big thing about these GTP cars, and something you see at Daytona and Sebring, is tyre management. And we're really, really confident in our car. I think we're managing tyres the best out of everyone on the field. Our car's just dead set. We can just go as hard as we can the entire way through the stint. Fractional amount of management, but overall pace is good from go to woe. The other cars around us, that 11-12 lap stint, they are suffering on tyres. So there's sort of the out-and-out pace race going on, but on top of that, strategy, fuel, tyres, there's a lot of different elements going on. So even though on track at the moment it's 8/10 or whatever between the two cars, it's a 2-lap offset in terms of the tyres and fuel as well, which is not irrelevant.
So, hold on. I just have to ask, and this might sound mean, but it's not. I mean, this would be funny. Did you come in just to brag about how your tire strategy is better?
No. I was here commentating with Sebastian early on the race, trying to help him out. It was just sort of, the race is actually really interesting. Like, it's normally you get to this stage of the race and it's just like, it's a dogfight, or there's bits and pieces. Like, I haven't actually driven the GTP in a very, very long time, but I've been watching a lot of different bits and pieces about the class. And where it's positioned right now, there's this really, really interesting tire race that goes on as a part of it. So there's some comers and goers. Like, I think the 204 car is a little bit weak on its tires. They seem to really fade at the back end of the stint compared to everyone else. So,
Scott, you talk about strategy and strategizing and everything like that. I mean, what goes in? I mean, I've done 24-hour races myself, and our strategy was, let's finish. Once we get about 5 hours in, we're like, dude, we're like 3 laps down, we can win this. And somehow we managed to come back to maybe a 10th place finish. You guys have been consistent all day. From the first opening hours, we come back in, you guys are still sitting pretty good on the board. What has gone into not just the green flag portion and then throughout the race? What were you guys taking care of before the event and then leading up, like right up until during pre-Q and to now?
Well, first and foremost, just from a personal perspective, don't go tinkering with your brake pedal a day and a half before the race. That was a big old mistake. I had to put a lot of hours in on a Saturday. So this race for us started, I think Mark actually just picked off the lead. I think you guys are actually just going to see this.
Yeah, here we are. Here's your car getting the lead around the outside. A little bit ballsy, but I can appreciate it. I can appreciate a good around the outside.
Beautiful move.
There's a case there. I think Andras might be looking to save just a little bit of gas as well. So that actually could be a tactical move from them as well. So they're quick. They're right there. They're in the bubble and in the realm. But yeah, look, a lot of prep work and practice. I'm racing NASCAR League stuff at the moment, so I'm going to put a lot of practice in because I'm really, really happy with the way that championships are going and that sort of stuff. So Monday night I was racing NASCAR. Wednesday night last week was professional Porsche Cup racing in Australia. And, trying to get some stuff in over the weekend, spend time with my partner and that sort of stuff. So it was planning around, and then also being a little bit on the spectrum as well. I sort of had a big crash probably Thursday, and I just couldn't do anything. I just needed to take a break from everything. But I'd planned for that leading into the week. I knew I needed to rush through a whole bunch of practice, do pre-Q Thursday night, and then just let myself vibe, and set up. So driver fatigue, I put together the roster and that sort of stuff, but just making sure everyone's got enough hours in reading the rule book, looking for all the little intricacies, because obviously, I said to Sebastian earlier on today, the safety car process and policy and procedures is a little bit different here, but you've got to read that rule book so that you're aware of all the little intricacies. And you guys missed it, but the entire time that you guys stopped broadcasting, we were actually a lap down. That whole period, that whole middle 12 hours, our entire strategy was we have some weaker drivers to clear their driver time, and that's endurance racing. Not everyone's going to be the strongest driver on the team, but we planned for that, and we planned for the safety cars. And realistically, there was one stage in the race where we were like a 90%. If we don't get a safety car, our race is done. We're going to finish 14th. There's nothing we can do about that. But we planned for that. There was where we're sitting in fuel strategy. I basically at one point just said to Mark, look, go jump in, burn tires, get to the lead, take the lead, and sit there. And we just have to hope. And my God, did it pay off? We were, I think, had 2 laps worth of fuel when the safety car got called. If it had come out any later, that's it, race done. Nothing we can do about it. We're trapped a lap down when we're racing that body. So, there's lots of little intricacies there. So that's fuel mileage, timing, spreadsheets, and bits and pieces. So, it's just an honor to work with the guys that we're alongside of.
Well, that's a beautiful update to your guys' team, because during the opening 6 hours, you guys also did kind of get involved in a few situations that weren't necessarily your guys' fault. But that reminds me of the Sebring 12-hour that we won. Bottom split, but hey, you know what? Who's counting? We were 3 laps down. And we think there was some sandbagging going on, but they started having some problems. And we ended up coming from 3 laps down to winning the race. So, that just goes to show you how anything can happen within a 12 to 24-hour period. I mean, when we left you guys to go out there on your own, you guys were up top 10, top 5 of the hypercars, just absolutely dogging it. And then you had a couple incidents happen with you guys, but you still bounced back. And then to find out you guys spent pretty much 12 hours 1 lap down, and here you are leading.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong on the 12 hours a lap down. I think it's close. We were flirting when I went to bed, which was just after I stopped talking to you guys last night. We were we were maybe 2 minutes down off the race lead at that point. We were a little bit in struggle street, but again, like I said, plan for that. That was all part of the planning and whatnot. Shout out to Ethan and Harold, our Euro guys. So Mark and I are Australian, and then we have Harold from Germany and Ethan from Scotland. So, a little bit of planning went into that as well, team structure, because we've got 2 other teams in the event. And we get the benefit of both sides of the team get a full night's rest. So that really, really helps. But, Ethan's normally a GT3 guy, really, really strong in GT3 cars. Harold's just a lovely guy. He can and will drive just about anything. He's never going to be the fastest guy on the racetrack, but he will never be a bad driver. And that's what we love about working with Harold as well. And then you got my boy Mark out here at the moment, who is just wheeling this bad boy. The safety car restart, I think it was about 6.5 hours to go, was the final safety car restart. He was 14th. And within the next hour and a half, he drove to like 2nd. So the man was just putting, like I said, we had to turn and burn. But it's planning. The big thing is pit windows and when those sort of open up. But you're right, it's setup, it's strategy, talking about what we're doing with the ARBs, the traction control, a little bit of coaching that goes on all through there. But it's coming together. The reason that I love this sort of stuff is I love looking at the numbers, I love looking at the strategy, and I love looking at that sort of stuff. I'm no good with setups, but we got guys that love it. I'm no good with the coaching and the raw pace. I take a lot of that input from a lot of the guys that are around me. And it's just plug away. Everyone contributes a little bit, and at the end of the result, you can't get to the finish line. In our case, we've got 4 drivers and 4 drivers committed, but that doesn't tell you the village of work that went on behind the scenes with all the guys that set the car up, that looked at data, that helped us out as well. So it takes a village.
You're gonna love this then. You guys are currently running a 2nd faster over the entire hypercar field.
That's gonna seem.
Owen just corrected me on that. He's the only one that also ran a 325.06 off of you guys.
Yeah, so that's going to see and saw. Owen's quite good in that car at the moment as well. There's obviously traffic and things. I got hampered really badly in one of my stints. I think I lost about 20 seconds or something in a stint to traffic. So that does see and saw. And then I was just, you're also got to be. I got really in my own head during that stint of, oh, I've got to be more aggressive, got to be more aggressive, got to be more aggressive. And then I started to be too aggressive. So, you know, it goes both ways. And, you know, good, like I said, good team around me, good people around me. So.
Absolutely. Will, you got anything?
I mean, can you carry me?
I'm in Mark's backpack right now. Mark is currently carrying me. So, it's going to be a little bit of a dog pile. I'll carry you. He carries me. We all work together. Yeah, cool.
Okay. And I can live a little bit my own way, but nowhere near as fast as these guys.
Admittedly, neither was I. Yeah, so
Okay,
this is a lot of work from the team to sort of bring me up to speed as well. So I can't take the credit for where my pace is right now because that's a lot of work that's coming from Mark, from Sean, from Sam Sutton, a whole bunch of guys. So
Yeah, but you got to give
Alright,
yourself
just-
credit for being teachable.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I did have a question in my mind. Oh, that's right. So, obviously, there's the pre-queue and stuff. We were talking a little bit about it beforehand. Well, what was it like in the team when you guys realized you got third split?
I was a little bit surprised, to be honest. We opened up pre-queue quite high up. So we're like, oh, okay, you know, pace is pretty reasonable. And then I was like, nah, look, to be perfectly honest, I think my optimal lap was about 8/10 away from what I was able to post. So I was like, look, there's more time in it. I need to do some more work. Grind. I'm like, sweet, I'm going to go have another crack at my second attempt now. And then just before I went to have a crack at that, I did another lap and I looked at my brake pressures and I was talking to some of the guys. I'm like, hang on, my brake pressure's a million miles away. So that's when I tinkered with my brake pedal and I should not have done that. Like I said, I ended up doing my last pre-queue attempt and matching my first one. So at the end of the day, you know, okay in terms of outright speed. But yeah, look, we're really happy. I think a lot of the credit does go to Mark for that lap. His lap was, I think, about 7/8 of a second faster than the rest of us, but the man really wheeled that lap. And between myself and Harold, that was all we had. So the credit for us being in split 3 goes to Mark, and he's done a great job. And, you know, I think realistically, when you have a look at the pace, I've improved a little bit coming into today, but Mark has just delivered on that pace all day long. So he's just driven a phenomenal race. He apologized to a couple guys. There's been a little bit of contact throughout the way. I think we had an incident with car 57. So we really wanted to go heads up with them to the end of the race, and it just didn't work out that way. So.
Very, very nice. Now, I'm going to ask you this, and obviously it's in lightheartedness. Confidence level. You guys going to win?
I am chomping at fingernails. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I will say, better than my own race, I would rather be chomping at fingernails than sitting in the middle of the GT3 pack as an LMP2.
So,
but have a look at the field. You know, one of the big things about the field is how tight it is. You know, it's the top 8 hypercars are covered by 47 seconds, and there's fuel strategy in that. You know, that's not 47 seconds on track. That's probably more like 15 or 20 when the fuel strategy shakes out. It's actually a lot closer. We just have to wait for the last half an hour for that to play out. Like, you guys are gonna, if everyone stays right where they are on pace metrics, you're gonna have a bonza race to end.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh,
Now,
boy.
let me ask you
Three
this.
wide
'cause
to finish.
Right. Now let me ask you this, because obviously this is a pretty big and prestigious event. You know, a lot of effort has gone into it. You know, across every single board that we have. You know, from the drivers, the race stewards, the organizers, the broadcasters, the announcers. You know, all the people watching who want to be here for as much as they can. What would this mean to you and your team to be able to pull off a victory here after the 24 hours is up?
For me, this would be huge. I've had the roughest last 2 years coming up. My partner left me about 23 months ago, to the day today, actually. Yeah, so it's a month away from 2 years since I got divorced. So since then, it's been a break myself down and rebuild myself back up. So to me, this has been out there, and I've never really felt great here, but to me, this is a lot about the building up process for that. And like I said, you know, it takes a village not just to put a race car forward for an event. The team, we're really happy. The Logitech G sponsorship's suddenly something that's come apart in the last 6 months. That's only come together in the last 6 months. So the guy that actually sealed that deal hasn't driven it in a very long time, and I've encouraged him out of retirement to come run Watkins Glen 6 hour with me in a couple of weeks. So You know, but it's more than that. You know, it's putting the effort in, motivating each other, and you know, being a big old family. At the end of the day, we are really really good friends, and you know, whinging, whining, roughing each other up is all Australian spirit. So yeah, a lot of that, a lot of laughing and helping, and you know, like I said, it's a village. It really really is a village, and probably at that team I'm the village idiot. So.
I feel that's always me, 100%. I could own the team and I'm still a village idiot.
Oh, I feel it. Oh boy, do I feel it.
You know, I just like to take
Yeah.
solace in that I'm not the slowest village idiot in the field, but I am the biggest.
I am
somebody's gotta
definitely
do
the
it. It's an
slowest in
important
the
job.
news.
It is. You
The
need that
village elite-
comedic relief.
100% it is. So yeah, look, yeah, we're just, like I said, we're lucky. We've got so many different characters. We've got V8 supercars drivers. We've got Porsche Cup guys. We've got GTP guys. We've got GT3 guys. Like, and the team's gone from strength to strength at the moment. I actually think we were earlier on when I last checked in with our Split 1 team. We're challenging for outright win in Split 1. So I haven't checked in with them because I've been so focused on the numbers here. So
Well, you got one car in Split 3, one car in Split 1. I mean, y'all are fast. Okay.
there's some work to
Looking
do.
outside of this, looking outside, just real quick, looking outside of just this singular event, I'm one of the main broadcasters. I like to call myself one of the main broadcasters, but I just consistently do the MEC races. Is there any plan to come in for any of the MEC races?
I think
mean,
the
there's
big
Road America
issue
coming up, and
with
next
MEC
season's announced.
The big issue with MEC for the Australian teams is just sort of the time zone. We have a couple guys that run in Ivra, and they're sort of doing well. But I'm also one of the lead commentators in the Australian community as well. So for me actually to get time to do racing, again, like I said, it's sort of the last 2 years. I basically made a commitment probably about 10 months ago now that I was going to step back from. I cut down about half the broadcast commitments because I just wanted to get back behind the wheel. Look, I definitely like the style of racing and the splits and that sort of stuff. Am I talented enough? You know, well, I actually just said to Mark, you know, I need to be doing a lot more IMSA racing. I've not done enough multi-class racing, and I struggle through the traffic at the moment. So there's definitely a desire on my behalf to do that. Whether or not the team's availability lines up is a different question, particularly with all the stuff we're doing in Australia at the moment.
Well, I do hope that I see you there, and I'm sure I'll see you guys in the top split. I mean, you guys are fast here, and hopefully you guys continue to be fast, as we have passed the 3-hour mark. So, whoop-de-doo. Hopefully I see you guys in the MEC. I think it would be awesome as we get a bit of a runoff from car 16.
I just want to say a big shout out as well just before I go. I've got to go and punch some numbers and double check on my driver because I think he's due for a pit stop. In fact, he is. So just got to let him know he's due for a stop. But yeah, I want to say a big thank you to you guys. Obviously, 12 hours worth of broadcasting across this race is multi-class and struggling with the multi-class. You guys are never going to forget that joke to the race.
No, it's going to keep coming up for the rest of they're going to watch this broadcast back and they're going to be like, oh, you guys. It's just,
Yeah,
I can't do the right accent, but whatever.
Yeah, thank you very much to you guys for jumping in and putting the broadcast on. Thank you to everyone that's a part of the majors as well for putting the series on. 18 splits. This event is so iconic and everyone knows it and everyone wants to be in it. So that the proof is in the pudding. Thank you for them for putting the Sim Racing Stewards website together. That's a big undertaking. So congratulations to Majors for everything you deserve to have such a successful event this year, for all the work that you've done for the Majors Endurance Championship and how popular you guys are making endurance racing at the moment. So big shout out to Majors. Big shout out to Logitech G for coming on board our car, all the team as well. iLiveries as well, who do our liveries. That thing looks so good. I love bringing up the old purple star machine, purple and yellow star machine. So, but yeah, big shout out to you guys, to everyone who's been a part of the race as well. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time and jumping up here, not just now, but earlier in the day as well. You've been very helpful with feeding information when we need it, and I wish you guys the best of luck, as Mark is actually in the pits now.
Yeah, so a little bit off cycle. We're tinkering with some strategy.
Well, good luck with it.
Hey, well, I hope it turns out well.
All right.
And you see a bit of the trick that you'll see in these higher splits. You'll see him swap in his gears coming in, and probably coming back out too.
Yep, that was Scott Rink, and driver for the 268 team. We're on board now with his co-driver, Mark, as he comes into pits to get his cycle taken care of. A little bit early, as he had said, they're tinkering with an idea, a concept, so to speak, but we'll definitely be seeing more of them. They've been a strong car for the opening 6 hours, and so far, halfway through the closing 6 hours, they've been strong as well. A little bit of a low, you know, from what he was reporting, but that comes and goes, especially in endurance racing. It's a long day, long night. Quite a bit can happen within that, you know, from the start to the finish. So we're gonna be excited to see exactly where this all goes. And on that note, let's find a GT3. You like McLarens, so
I
we'll
love
go
McLarens.
on board with a McLaren. Now we're just going to take a quick break to breathe a little bit, rest our voices. So you guys enjoy some beautiful sound, and I'm going to turn it up, kind of like a crank it up moment. Let me know in the chat if it's too loud and I'll turn it back down, but let's enjoy some absolute beauty.
Now, taking a break as we turn down the engine sounds back down to 20%. We got a bit of a wreck for this Israeli driver. Ooh, keeping it close. Oh, just too much speed. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good. That is not good for the car. That's not safe for the P17 ATR car. The car number 17. That's... just gets it wrong in the multi-class traffic. Yeah. Huge pain from that toe. Now here we are. We are going to say hi to our boys in the Logitech Hypercar. Hello, the 286. Hello, Mark. Driving it. 268. Let me remember. Let me see my numbers right. And this Logitech car running P6, so still within contention, as we were told about five other cars they felt were in contention still, and that's a fuel plan. I'm excited to see these last 30 minutes play out, and I'm here for it. I just can't get over watching these cars. Look at that. Look at that. Notice I went to brake at the right time to not get caught out by the bump. Still a bit of an off track. But still didn't get caught by the bump. Just had a small misjudgment in the braking. But still didn't get taken out by the bump like I did when I was practicing for the LMP2. That was one of the first big struggles. And man, did it only get worse. Kevin tighten up just a little bit, not too much. But a pass out on track on such a tight strategy, very, very important, very crucial. It will be very important for this car to get a pass here. We get the nice camera shake as they speed by. Tricky corner on the straight number 1. As we see an LMP2, the 445, not too far ahead, maybe throwing a little bit of wrench. So these cars they should be fast enough to catch before the corner. We are looking at the closest battle, I assure you. Not fast enough to catch here, hopefully fast enough to catch before the next corner. Otherwise, that might spell a bit of a WR. I can't remember how to spell wreck right now. My brain is utterly fried. WRECK? Yeah, there we go. I got it. I'm a smart cookie, guys. I graduated high school after all. As we come into the fast right hand, LMP2 better brakes on the GTP, but it doesn't come into too hard of a play here, and here we go. Fight's still on for P3, still a bit of time between these two, but not too much. One mistake, that's all it takes for any of these cars to gain position or lose one. It's just one small little mistake causes it all. After all, I went flipping because of one small little mistake. Bye. And we're seeing a bit of a jump up in driver times, coming up to the 3:25 area of times. I think we're showing these. We're gonna show these times on the tower here. Obviously, some a little bit slower, some having to deal with multi-class traffic, but generally, a lot of these are aiming for the 55 or 25s. Which, I mean, I can't even begin to explain how lightning fast that is. That's 10 seconds faster than the fastest LMP2. So, without the bomb. As we do have the leader in the pits right now. And Cronus. And Cronus. So first and second coming to the pits. Will we see third, fourth? Yes, we will. And here we are on the pit stop game again. So we're going to see if maybe fifth is going to come in. Team Loose, are we doing it? Do we see a pit stop? No, we're staying out, and we're unlikely to see sixth because we saw them pit not too long ago. And it was a bit of a short pit. But we're going to take a look anyway. With this pretty car color combo. I think we're going to try to see a pretty nice long... Oh, no. Okay. Staying out. I think we're gonna try to see. I think we're gonna see a bit of an overcut from this 268, and I'm excited to see if it works. I've seen races won because of overcuts. I'm thinking back to AMR last year at Bathurst, and it was either supercars or GT3s. I'm pretty sure it was the supercar race, and had quite the overcut or undercut for the win. As we start to have cars figure themselves out here. Team Loose currently in the lead, hasn't pitted yet. Owen here with a bit of a slowdown. I'm sure he's working on serving it though. But P3, Cronus GG 4th, Fury Simsport, Red in 5th, Vulcan Motorsports, the hypercar version in 6th. So they are figuring it out. It's working its way through. We're going to see a few more pit stops. Derek here in the pits. We saw him having a bit of an incident earlier in the race. And here in the LMP2s, we have Endurance Enjoyers back on top. They had a bit of a slip of form, but they're back now. Kiwi Sim Racing here. Sim Racing Speed Nation. What a name. Here in the second, and then Lumen Motorsports number 42, as we see 14 coming to the pits of Kiwi. Lumen Motorsports taking up third to round out your top 3 here. And we're going to take a little look at the GT3. My baby McLaren, the Instinct Racing 992. Give me a call, please. Holding up first in GT3. Draco Racing about 5 seconds back in the Porsche. And Draco, what a wonderful team they are. I've had the pleasure to commentate their racing for a good amount of time at this point. And then coming back, we got Zenith Esports in the Acura. Highest place I've ever seen an Acura, I will confess. But that is running 10 seconds back from Draco, so about 5 seconds separating each of the GT3 class cars here out of your top 3. We have Mitchell and William here for Vulcan and Fury looking for P5 out of, oh sorry, Vulcan Motorsports, Fury and, oh, hey, give me a second, I'm looking at these cars. Because I feel like there's something messing me up. There's 3, but then there's 2. Either way, we gotta fight in the whole hypercar here. It's okay. Seeing a little... Maybe it's a lap car and we just don't quite know who it is. But Fury Simsport and Vulcan Motorsport having a bit of a fight. And there looks to be maybe a lapped hypercar in between. Worm's having an, oh, Kiwi having a bit of a moment. Hopefully they know we're catching all of it. There's a few twitches coming out, but keeps it still, even with the hot tires, as prototypes are known to have when you have even just a little bit of a spin or take a turn through too aggressively. I mean, and though it kind of sucks to see sometimes, look at the dirt on this car. Just been through hell these past 24 hours. Or almost 24 hours. I can say hell, right? I mean, the Nürburgring's the green hell, so I think so. I'm gonna assume so until I'm messaged otherwise. And there we go. 532 making that pass on the 34 for position. That is Kiwi down to third, and the 532 up into second, if I'm correct. I feel like I would have been corrected already if I was wrong, so. Oh, and very sorry, we are not properly live. Where's still this? Okay, here we go now. So Vulcan Motorsports here. And it's Fury. Now, who is this car in front of them? I can't get them in shot long enough at any point to actually pick out their car number. Which one? Green. Okay, then this one more car behind them. Let me... Ah, there it is. It is a lapped car. The 17 with Ivan Gomez in it. I feel comfortable in the other part of that in it. Ivan Ezekiel Gomez. Okay, it's easier to pronounce than I thought it was. It looked hard, but respect to all names in all countries. I just don't want to butcher it. Sorry, but cutting up these two as we got some fading between these cars. They're backing each other up a bit, backing away just a tad, just a little bit. So we got some running out into the gravel to do, my favorite. So we are going to be taking a nice big look at your leaders, Team Lewis Spurwing. Are we going to see pit here? As I pitted the last lap, are we gonna get it here? That 17-second gap. I mean, that's a pretty solid overcut. This should come out in 4th or 5th. Yeah, 18 seconds back here is the gap to Mark. Who isn't going to come into the pits here. They are on a bit of a different strategy, it looks like. But then it's 31 back to Lumen, so they either they're doing something right or who knows. I mean, look at throw it in there. Brake hard. In a second. Now we're on out. And yeah, throwing the car all over. Now, I will say this electric car is running 324s. This is the point where man becomes machine. That's that legendary point where people start to talk about flow state and becoming one with the car. I mean, there's no better feeling, let me tell you. I've only achieved it so many times, but when you achieve it and you hear that new fastest lap every lap, ooh, nothing like it. Coming up here soon, I get to say something exciting here in about 2 minutes. But I like to wait, because I'm picky like that. I like to wait for the quote-unquote correct time. So I have to ask, what is the fastest lap that these hypercars have ran here today? We don't. You're actually on board with the fastest lap holder. 3:22.8 by Mark. Here, I mean. That cold track giving you grip, man. I'm like, oh. We actually have a 3:22.77. Which car is it again? Of Capybara Racing Team. 22.77. I mean, barely inching out Mark here, but a millisecond is a millisecond. Remember how you want to put it? Looking in the inside of that GT3, making it work. That would not work in the LMP2. Let me tell you, I've tried. It has not gone well in the practice sessions. So we got more traffic to make up for it. And I like looking at the onboard of the GTPs because you see how truly small the LMP2s are compared to them. And when I was first getting into it, I couldn't tell the difference between the two for the life of me. And eventually I looked at them side by side and I realized that car's small, and I realized that's what the LB2s look like, and I'm like, oh, those LB2s are pretty tiny. We got with P7 for the LB2s, fighting Lumen Motorsport. We got Vulcan Motorsports. Look for P6 in the LB2. There's still positions to be gained. Sure, it's not a podium fight or whatever, but it's a fight nonetheless. And I don't think these drivers care what part of the track they're on or what position they're in. And if position's a position. We have some pit stops coming in for GT3s. Making it through, working their way around. Now, something that I feel isn't brought up too frequently with these hypercars is we have to remember they have a battery in these guys. I mean, they gotta think about it every time they drive in the hypercar class. But that's the main separator between the hypercars and LB2 is just that power. And the downforce, though LB2 actually technically has more downforce than the hypercar, and let me tell you, that will throw you off if you try to drive the hypercar after driving an LB2. So we get past on the inside, coming into the first chicane for the Vulcan Motorsports car. We're going to see coming back on this next straight. They're still really close together. It's still close. It can happen. Could happen, don't. They're down, but not out. Vulcan Motorsports looking for that count to 10 on the Lumen. Are we going to see that 10 count coming down here? Holding it close still, about 0.3 separating these guys, 0.4. We take just a little bit. Changes based on the corner, so we give it a little bit of variance. Straight number 3, here we go. Dealing with the multi-class driver pretty easily. I didn't even realize there was a GT3 there. Either tells you about how observant I am, or how fast these guys are, or maybe a little bit of both. And you know, interaction is one of the biggest parts of this online world that we're in, so I'm going to extend a question out to the viewers. Please respond in the YouTube chat. What are you all drinking while watching? Drinking anything, eating anything? What you all got going? I'm always curious when there's people watching. What are you guys, like, are you guys eating something? Is it good? Is it saucy? Is it big? Are you not eating anything? Or do you just have it open in the background while you are driving? And if you are, please be very careful. And don't think too hard about what I'm saying. So we have Zenith coming in. They were GT3 leader for a little bit, but it's going to be handed back to Impulse on this pit stop unless Impulse has a big mistake, but they're going to come back out second as they were before. I think we're seeing a driver change. We're swapping out for Sergio. And this 29. Driver from Spain, and now this is something I will never stop singing the praises of in this league, or just this as a whole. We have Impulse coming back in. Same with Phantom. So we got something in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Miss Sala, for dinner 2 hours ago. Water to the end. If I win, beer from a shoe. Hey, I like that. Playing Forza 6. Cold here in Cape Town. Drink a nice hot cup of coffee. Hey, you know. I wonder how much you guys enjoy those cold days there in Cape Town, down in South Africa. I used to have a friend down there. I still remember one of the first times I was talking to them and it snowed there. I was surprised you guys even got it there. I'm gonna be honest.
Quick note from the producer, Scott. I want to see a video of that if you win. Just saying.
Oh yeah. Give us a video of that shoot. We will put it on broadcast, or at least try to. Bonus points if you actually do it in here with us, live with us. But this actually speaking of South Africa and Cape Town and all that, it's actually going into what I was talking about not too long ago. Done? You got to win first? Okay, we'll see you in here, Scott. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. It's actually talking about Cape Town, South Africa and stuff. It actually goes back to what I was talking about before. There's so many different people from so many different walks of life here, and from so many different parts of the country. Not just the country, the countries, the world, the whole world. I mean, it's something that you don't really realize until you're here and you look at all the flags and you're like, oh, there's so many representatives for each country here, and so many people, different people here, and it is really insane to me as we have quite a bit of multi-class traffic for these GTPs, the leader, if you will. Make up on a pass of what I'm assuming is lapped traffic. Yes, it is lap traffic. It's Limited Motorsports Pulse's car. Oh, sorry. Limited Motorsports Pulse's car here with Owen in it is 20 seconds back. So whatever plan this 268 had, it looks to be working. And I mean, give me confirmation on that, Scott. Is this what you projected? And you were crunching your numbers? I want to say something enjoyable to see. And it reminds me of how everyone's not perfect. Seeing the yellows come across as we had one first spin into here, the yellows on the timing tower represent your slowdowns. So just remember, every time you see it, they were pushing hard and they made a mistake and had too much curve or too much on the outside, who knows. But a mistake nonetheless. And I do have to ask another question to the YouTube chat once again. We need the interaction because it gives us revenue. Mostly kidding. But also because I'm genuinely interested. Do you guys have any trinkets around your desk that you play with, like just mess around with when you're not doing anything? I right now am constantly shuffling a deck of cards. You might actually hear it in the background when I ridge them. We do have a off track, nothing too major. Just going a little too fast into Indianapolis. A little bit of lost time, but nothing too insane. So, oh, Dominic, not the slowdown for Instinct. McLaren, please win it. I need the McLaren to win this split to prove all the Porsche lovers wrong. And everyone who says the McLaren isn't competitive, McLaren is competitive, okay? I mean, look at this. Look at the GT3s right now. We got 3 McLarens in the top 8. What you guys gonna say to that? No, I see a question for me.
Producer note real quick. Just to counter his bias, there's a Porsche in second, 3 Acuras in the top 6 or 7, and so that's a total of 3 McLarens, 2 Porsches, and 3 Acuras. I gotta admit, that's a pretty tight field.
It is a really diverse field for what we usually see just as a Porsche dominated field. I think the custom BOP helped with that, and waiting so long to put the custom BOP out, I mean, it was kind of a bit of a smart move from the Majors crew. Let drivers settle in with what car they wanted to do and what car they want to use, and then well, you already have the practice for it, and you might already have the setup for it. So why would you switch with just 2 laps till, or 2 laps? Sorry, 2 weeks until the race. Directing over to YouTube chat again. I see a question. I see you, Scott. Favorite car on the sim and IRL Blue? McLaren's my favorite car in the sim. My favorite car in real life is a Nissan GTR, specifically the 2016 version. And it actually links back to what I was saying earlier about Gran Turismo. Is the car, the GT3 variant is the car that Jan Marlboro drives in that movie. And it's the first ever GT3 I raced over on Gran Turismo 7. So, bit of a sentimental pick, but I will never complain if I got a McLaren. I would love to have a McLaren, honestly. But those are long shot dreams for me right now. And I have a virtual McLaren, so can't be too sad. And I'm getting a bit of a word from David here. David, I see you leaving that Porsche on screen. Come on, man. But that's okay, as we have LMP2 pit stops around their 10, maybe 11 laps. It's Toretto's car in 4th, hoping to hold on to it. A few DWR Vulcans going in, Lumen staying out, Endurance Enjoyers looks to be staying out, D-Max looks to be staying out. I could be wrong, they could have already served their time. But we'll find out as we have to see some driver switches for the Vulcan car. Looks like Joe's going to stay in here for Toretto's. This car's leaving, it's getting a little bit busy down in the pit lane. Here we are. 22-second lead for Mark in the Logitech car. Now it is just 1 pit stop away, but it's still gaining on Owen here, and I wonder if Lumen is kind of stressing about it. I don't know, but it's possible. Oh yeah, there it is. There's a slowdown. Ain't too much curb. He's pushing. He's pushing hard, and he knows he is, and he knows he's pushing it too hard, but he knows he has to push it hard in order to, make up time to Mark, who is absolutely ripping it around the track right now. I mean, running 24 is fast. It looks to be the fastest hypercar on track. We do have one car that's close here for Paddock GG Gray, Lucas here, out of Poland, dealing with some hypercar traffic. We seem to have an incident. A little off track for Cronus. Easy to do that out there. Easy to do that. Almost on for Sebastian. Do we see a multi-class incident? Don't run to the back of him. Don't do it. Oh! Just the arrow wash gets to you. Around, facing the right way though. There is that bonus of it to it. So there's at least that. Almost pulled to me. I did something sort of similar. I had a... And here we are, the endurance racing enjoyers, having quite the comeback. I believe I saw them down in 10th earlier in the race. I didn't make a mention of it, but they're up in 2nd now. Hopefully it's back from the lead. They're working it. They are working it. And you know what? They're pushing this car. They're pushing the car to the limit, as all these drivers I'm sure are. But they're just doing it better than some of the others. Or either they know the limit better, as they're running 340s. And I will say, it is a little bit insane looking across this timing tower and seeing times I was running in here. And it just kind of reminds you, like, it's a lot of it's based on the pre-queue times. Given the leader is running 39s, I could never hit a 39. I hit a 42 from that the Lumen Motorsports car is running. Without the mop. I had teammates running 40s. And here we are, we're up to date with the maybe temporarily X leader here. Mark in the Logitech car to 68. It's looking like 7th for now. Now I missed the 2 hour and 30-minute call, but we are past the 2 hour and 15-minute mark. We're getting mighty close. As Owen here is in a bit of a free stretch, has the warm tires. Here's the time. Here's his time to gain time on this Logitech car and get time to be able to pit safely without getting passed by. I think that's the kind of main rivalry we're gonna have going on here. Because Logitech's gonna need to warm up their tires if they didn't take new ones, or if they did take new ones. Here we are, looking at the closest two cars for Kiwi and Lumen Motorsport. Eating up the curb. This car's really good at it. And once again, as we look at this onboard and get ready to hopefully enjoy a nice fight coming up here soon. Thank you, huge thank you to Whiplash Sim Cams. Once again, I cannot praise their cameras enough. I love them. I mean, look how good they are. Look at that. Look at this. Nice and pretty. It's like, I need that one for my own stream. Wait, wasn't there? Oh, okay, it's in front of him. We're okay. We thought there was a car behind him that disappeared. We were wrong. The car was in front. Now, there we go. Look at that. Now on the rear camera makes sense. I see you get a little peek into the inside to look at the wheel, and then you also get this nice big look on the outside to see ahead. I love it. Huge thank you to Whiplash Sim Cams. Please go check out their cameras, everyone. Find them on Facebook, add them on Discord. Like, there's so much. Please go support them. Now I am going to take. Now let's take a look here. I think we should find the fastest car currently on track. Who am I thinking? I think we should go on board, actually. I think we should go on board with P9 in the hypercar, as they are coming up to a lot of GT3 traffic. Or we can do this, or we come on to the leader, as the leaders are also coming up to a lot of GT3 traffic here, not too far now. So we're gonna leave it here. We're gonna give you this onboard of Owen Newman for Lumen Motorsports Pulse in the O2, and we're gonna let this race cook as we tick down to 2 hours remaining in the Majors 24-hour at Le Mans. 2 hours now until the end of the Majors 24 here at Le Mans. And I mean, what a race it's been so far. I do believe we got some replay stacked up for you for some of the action that has passed while we have been away discussing our things for the background. Here we go, the 444 for Hyperion. Just brings it around a bit too hard. Nice little spin, a bit of smoke out of the tires, but no contact with the wall. Kept it safe, kept it out of the wall. That's good. We can always appreciate that. Always. What else? And here we are back. Alright. 10 for this Paradox car. Cannot catch a break. Keeps getting the slowdowns, but 2 minutes back. Still on the lead lap, though. I mean, all the way down to 11th from what I can see. Are we still... Let me get verification. Are we still on the 12th? The 12 cars are on this lead lap for Hypercar? Okay, top 11 are still on the lead lap for Hypercar. So... the BMW is still in it, guys. Just trust. All it takes is, hey, you know, all it takes is one pileup. And, I mean, we've seen it, and I mean, P2 and P3, they're looking pretty close for it right now. In this hypercar category, I mean, only about a second or so separating these two. Our boys at the Logitech car. And I'm referring to them as our boys now. They are our boys. We love these guys. We hope we get to catch them doing a shoey. And the more of them, the better. Just so you guys know, Scott, pass that down to your team. The more you guys we get in here doing a shoey if you win, the better. As Kronos GG comes into the pit lane. Question is team Loose going to come into the pit lane this time through? And then at that point, is Logitech just going to be free to run away with it? Yeah, we're going to see here in just a moment. Do we get the pit stop? Is it a box? It is not. Staying out. Stay out. For Team Loose. And similar story for the Logitech car. Is Kronos going to get out of the pits for free? I don't think so. The gap wasn't quite big enough. Lumen's coming up too. It is getting on the pit cycle. We know Loose and Logitech are in a similar pit cycle. And we do know they are also slightly off cycle from the rest of these guys. So I think we're gonna see Lumen. Nope, and we are gonna take a bit of a gander over to an LP2 and P4. The D-Max car. We see you guys spreading the left form. We give you a nice big look at them. We have Vince on board. You see some, I think this is sparks flying out of the car. And this is a... No. 33 seconds off of P3. That's going to put him in the podium if they get past Kiwi. And you know what? There's plenty of time to make up in the pits. There's plenty of time to make up in the just under 2 hours by almost 5 minutes. Just over 4 minutes, or just under 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 30 seconds have passed. About 4 minutes and 40 seconds. There we go. Since the 2 hour mark. So there's still plenty of time in the race for Vince here and the rest of D-Max to get it going. And this might be the opportunity they need. Kiwi coming into the pits. If they're on a better pit cycle, we'll see it here. Working between the gears down to third. I usually take that all into fourth, but maybe that's why I'm slow. And you know what? I was only in split 7, and I technically even shouldn't have even been in split 7. I got hard carried. So we don't see him come into the pits. I think this might be the pass they need. Wait a second. Okay, there we go. Kiwi was showing us out for a second, and I will say, I was a little concerned. It was just a driver swap. We're okay. iRacing is a little funny about it, as D-Max does get the podium position for now. This Lumen Motorsports is going to get a slowdown, and so is Vulcan Motorsports down in LP2. Lumen getting those slowdowns, it's only helping the Logitech car. Hey, you know, I'm not going to complain getting to see someone do a shoey. You know what? Hold on. I feel like we can because it's racing culture, you know? Give me just 1 second. Hold on. Let me shoot a message real quick.
For the record, for those who thinks he's talking to himself, he was actually answering me. My producer brain goes, I don't know if we can show that, but I guess he's gonna take a gander out with our powers that be and see if that is even something we can do. Either way, social media exists, and a video needs to be curated and published in one way or the other. For now, while he does what he does, we are looking at the DMAX SimTech powered by HVR, driven by Vince Cussy at this time. He's currently sitting in P3, holding steady, just under 36 seconds back off of the Lumen Motorsports, driven by Matthew Downs. Just under 10 seconds now ahead of Project Synced Racing Team, powered by Ricardo Michalewski. That's been growing little by little. That time around, Ricardo in the Project Synced Racing Team, it ran a slightly faster lap time, but as my partner here has said, we are just under 2 hours left, so still a long time. I know it doesn't seem like it. A lot of the races that you do usually are anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, just in general. 2 hours adds in a lot after you've already been doing it for 22 hours. So it's going to be an interesting time as we wind down here. Looking through the field, we're going to go ahead and take the opportunity to switch over to Jorn Glassens BKL in the Vulcan Motorsports Orange. He is less than 1 second off of Mia Rose. They just pitted and did a driver swap. She just took over, so she is on cold tires there in that number 34. You see her take a little bit wide, and that allows the 532 of Jorn to get by without an issue. So just shake it off and collect yourself, and I'm sure it'll be just fine. That number 34 ride has been absolutely stellar all day. No matter who's been in that vehicle, they've been able to make up ground. So this is just a little notch in the board.
The message has been sent. We will get right now. I'm getting a few more people's opinions on it as well. There we go. That's where I should have first sent the message. I should have sent it straight to PM. Sorry, but it's okay. We are okay. We will find out soon. We'll try to do the Shui justice. So things gonna get wild, and we'll wait. We'll see. But that is not our true focus, though it's kind of a bit of a focus here. We did go to replay and came back. Let's go. And here we are. Overall lead. Team Loose and the Logic car. Mark and Edward. 2 Porsches getting ready to duke out. They're within a second of each other. Either we're going to see the pit stops come in now, or we are going to see a nice fight coming over through the next lap. We're going to find out here in just a moment. See, do we have the pit stop? It's about that time, because it's only been a few laps earlier that they pitted, so it's about that time for the pit stop. Let's see what we have. 1 goes in, 2 go. 1 goes in. Edward comes in for Team Loose. The Logic 268 stays out. There we go. And then P3's 36 seconds back, so Team Loose isn't going to get away with completely with a free pit stop, but they should come out in either 3rd or 4th, I believe. If I am correct. But... and we are getting the word for car 10, supposedly. 2 more stops from the end to the end from here. Supposedly. This isn't a guarantee. This is an estimation from another driver who's in this race for the 268, good old Scott. Let's see if I got my timing right. Is Cronus gonna get the pass? Cronus is gonna get the pass. Certainly Vulcan isn't too, right? Well, is Vulcan also gonna lose it? 58 seconds in the pits? Takes it. Oh! Okay. Just over a minute in the pits as Fury gets past 2. This is good to know. This is important information to have right here. Very important information. First car clear on fuel. What do you mean by first car over there, Scott? Wanna give us a little bit more insight? Or are you talking about your car is clear on fuel? Because you guys are currently in P1. And D-Max, since we had a few shoutouts, is in P1 as well in the LMP2, though I don't think they've pitted yet, though I will admit I haven't kept the best eye on it. Around the sit link. Let's see. This is all the LMP2s right here. So they are on a bit of a fresher stint, it looks like. If I am to be reading this right. Which I think I am. And a quote from my producer, I don't know how to read it, I just know its colors. That's one for the words of wisdom. There's a reason I'm muted, end quote. It's technically morning here at Le Mans, but it's currently 4 in the morning for me here in the States. Yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. Doing what we love here in the Major Series. Watching these cars go by and being the cars that are going by. Mia's tires all warmed up, ready to go. It's caught Bjorn. Potentially going to see a pass. Any moment now. But there is a bit of time to gain. Vulcan Motorsports getting a slowdown down to P7. That is going to hurt them quite a bit here. Coming through. Especially since they're going to have to give it up on the straight. And out of all spots, that's not a spot you want to do it in. Lot in. They did slow just enough. There we go. There it is. They slowed down just enough. It's my personal strategy for these slowdowns is just to keep like lifting in my throttle just barely, and then stabbing it right back up to full on the straight. And usually it keeps your speed and keeps you going. So we do have word from one of the people that I asked. So far it's looking like we are allowed to do a show a shoey. That is the good news. Today's broadcast. We're gonna see how the 6 hour and 40 something works out. 46 for Logitech. Oh, Mark needing to slow down, pushing it a little hard. But still a 38-second gap between him and Lumen. So that's almost a full pit stop. Right now, the pit stop should, if I'm right, put them down into 4th. But that's still farther and farther that they are going. And the closer to the top they're going, even in their pit stop. So there is quite the time gain here. Then Bjorn potentially over pushing the car, trying to catch back up to Mia here. I'm not gonna go as far as say outclass, but maybe just over pushing and maybe get Mio might have gotten in his head a little bit. But hopefully didn't cause him to get rid of that beautiful beard. I mean, look at that thing. Is there any way we could get a zoom in on that beard? Is that possible? No. Okay, we don't think so. But you know, we can admire it from a distance. Bjorn, when you watch this back, you have a beautiful beard, my good sir. Round of applause. Scraping the wall. Using up all the track. It's easy to do. My first few crashes at the Porsche curbs, and really the only ones I had in practice, was actually from hitting that wall from carrying too much speed. And even then, most of the time, it just kind of unsettles you and messes you up for the next corner, but not too harshly. We do. So we're going to go another lap on board here. And they are currently the closest battle on the track, even though our GTPs have spread out quite a bit. Still, a lot of them on the same lap, so that's the good part. Logic still holding the lead. They haven't came in yet. We're going to keep an eye on that for our Logitech and Shoei fans. I'll wait to hear otherwise. There's only one person who I feel like can override it. But let's see. Mark here is getting crossed up into the battle between these two. Getting past one, slipping past the other. Hopefully not bringing too much of a time loss to either one of these cars. 0.10, 0.1 is what I'm hearing of a loss from someone who is a lot more observant than I am. I mainly look at what's being shown on screen. I usually don't look too hard at the timing tower. I just get told what's being shown and I talk about it. And I think hard about it. At least I like to think hard, but maybe not as hard as some of these guys. I mean, something that is another thing. Once again, I've referenced Broadbent coming up on twice now in this broadcast. But another thing in one of his videos talking about his transition to real life racing is how much sim racing prepares you to fill any role you need in a real racing team. All these people are their own strategists, their own setup makers. I mean, sure, maybe not dedicated people, but that's still people who can drive and set up a car, who can drive and do strategy at the same time pretty often. So, I mean, hey, you have to think about how hard they're thinking while driving these cars at 200 miles per hour, and which it doesn't seem fast. But do we potentially have maybe a stationary cam we could use that's just staring straight ahead without moving somewhere to showcase this? Could we go to that as we see these GTPs hitting 200 miles per hour? We're gonna figure that out, just so I can showcase my point here. But a full 200 miles per hour, I mean, you don't realize how much of a just flash that is for a lot of people. As we are working on it. See, these are just the LMP2s. I mean, he's coming to the Porsche curves. I mean, look at that. That's while slowing down. Maybe if we look at P10 in hypercars, they're coming down the straight. I see them on the track map there. We'll catch them coming down the straight here. P10 in a hypercar. Yes. Here we go. Pushing 200 miles per hour? No, not yet. See, I mean, look at that. That alone was probably like half a mile in, what was it, 5 seconds? That we saw him track? Ooh, Ooh. Somehow not hitting the camera. Thankfully, it's very expensive to keep these cameras up. As Mark does go into pits, let's see. Luma has a slowdown. That's going to give time back to Cronus. That's going to give more time to this Logitech team. This Owen's not going to come in. They are going to go around, so they are going to get this P1 back. It's kind of going to come down to a race with Vulcan Motorsports here. They are a minute back, so it's going to depend on how fast can Logitech get the car in and get back out. Are they taking tires and fuel? Probably. But we'll find out here pretty shortly. Mia here is in P4, getting half a second from Lewis here in the Luma Motorsport car. Oh, and the Logitech car is coming back out as we get side by side pass corner. Keeping it safe for each other, keeping it safe on the slowdown. Mia by into a podium position. And we're gonna take a nice little look at the Endurance Enjoyers. I do like this livery. This livery is an enjoyable livery to look at from Joni Curzo. Joni here out of Endurance Enjoyers, coming out of Spain, running in P2, and then D-Max still in your first position, though that may change coming up with pit stops, as it has in our hypercar, making them all a little bit closer together. If only for temporarily. Though, and I will say, I know I'm focusing on hypercar, I'm doing the thing I don't like to do. But tell me if I'm wrong. Logitech is gaining positions on their pit stops. As we do have a new driver in the car. We got Scott Railgun Rankin. Scott, and hopefully you're not listening, but teammate of Scott, if you're listening, tell him we said good luck as he is looking for a fight with P5 coming out of the pits. Fury gets past, but it is tire warming season for Scott, so see him come back here and maybe lap trying to stay away from P6 and P7, and I did the thing. You can do the funny hand motion. I'm doing it too. As we also have pit stops coming down for P3, or no, sorry, not P3, for GT3. We have Robin Moss here, a bit of an off track. You can see if there's something funny, a bit of arrow wash, and too fast. Yep, there it is. There's a lockup from the arrow. Oh, it hurts being an LP2 driver and seeing that and having it have been done to me. As we bring all sorts of gravel onto the end of the curb there, as we also see our boys at Logitech. And we're looking at Team Endurotech and Team Loose. Closest fight actually on the entire circuit currently. Here you are looking at it as it is in the last 30 minutes, but these times are getting close. They're getting close to each other again. They separated out for about an hour or so, play the strategy game, and getting ready to play the pure pace game. I think we should let this onboard play out over the next few laps, being the closest fight on circuit. We're just gonna let it run over these. All right, we have some tasty replays coming up after some tasty battling between the hypercars. A bit of a sketchy pass, but we got more hypercar action for Billy at the paddock. GG gray car, the 21, just gets it wrong. Coming down Dunlop. Hold on, what happened? Did he get his tires stuck up on it? Up on the inside curb? Can we get one more look? Comes out. Takes the curve, takes it normally. Gets the turn and just, yeah, it looks like got up on the curb wrong and locked it. I mean, kept it safe at least. Yeah, just tires up on the curb, unsettled the car wrong, and he's confused. They're confused. There's no way they aren't on why that happened. I am too still, because it looked normal and it apparently wasn't. Here we are. Ooh! Bit of a spin there in front of Robin Moss. Bit of a slowdown. Looks like no damage. It looks like we're clean. Yeah, look at that. Oh. The 690. Terrifying. Have this super high-powered machine pass you and then have it spin out directly in front of you again. So now you know it has to pass you again. has a chance to do that again and take you out next time. Here we are. Ooh, there's a bit of contact coming through the cane there for spin and toe. And you know what? They spinned, but they didn't toe. Their name's wrong. 690. You gotta fix it. Gotta fix it, guys. I think it has to be Spinner Motorsports instead. But here we are. Battle we were kind of looking at. Another battle we were waiting for to develop between Robin Mass, Project Things, and Toretto's Tuna. With Jeffrey in the car. We'll get into the gravel a little bit. That's going to give some time away to the project car. The 99, if you will. Look how close these guys are. Look at that. I think we're going to see the pass. So we're looking for it. Looking for it around the outside. Looking for it. Close to contact on the rear quarter there. Side by side, coming to Indianapolis. Here we are, breaking zone. Oh! Tragedy for the 99. Just carried a bit more speed than the Toretto's car and kind of panicked, it looked like, and locked it up and had a bit of a spin here. Let's get an onboard view. Yep. That's pretty much exactly what I'm seeing, but maybe a bit of netcode getting it wrong. Not too bad into the wall, but not the greatest either, and you know how important damage is for these cars. That just... that hurt. If they pulled it out just a bit more, then it would have been okay between them and this Toretto's car, the 44. Let's see, maybe an onboard here? Here we go. Wants to Whiplash Sim Chems. My goats. Look at that. Just a bit of netcode, but it should have caused a spin out of both of them, in my opinion. But it would have been Robin's fault. So in a way, Robin got the penalty. No need to take that to race control. It dealt itself out. No change of position, just a time loss, and here we are, and looking at P3 and P4. Looking for that Fury with Sim Sport Red, looking for that podium. Michelle's itching for it. We both know as they do come up onto lap track for their own class, gets real nice and close to the Vulcan Motorsports car, who does have a slowdown here. I think we're gonna just see it trade hands. Can we expect it? Not quite. We're coming down to one of the fastest corners of the circuit, though. On the outside, 46 goes to alongside, still holding alongside. Coming to the apex, power out. Who has more speed coming out? Who's able to carry more? 204 gets it for now. We are in the slipstream, though, and I mean, look at that. That is not even a millisecond. Comes out to the outside. We're getting ready to come to Indianapolis here. Just a moment. Here it is, Indianapolis. Heavy braking to the inside for the 46. But that is podium obtained for now, but we got one more long straight, and the 204 isn't going to be kind to the 46 here. That was a very sketchy pass from the 46, but the 46 made it work. That was one for the highlight reel, in my opinion, as the 204 looks to kind of back up a little bit. But the fight isn't over yet. There's still plenty of time. They're still plenty close to each other. I'm going to take a bit of a break. We can let that develop. We got Mia Rose looking for the pass on Lucas here. We see our boys there. Let's see. Now do we got this for Kiwi Sim Racing? Oh, I think we're in the wrong spot. But, well, for the Kiwi fans, there you go. You get to see your car. pushing it to the limit. William Hope and Scott Rankin here. Less than half a socket from each other. For P6, I changed that. It's going to be for P5. Yeah, here we go. Now here's the question. If anyone from the Logitech car could tell us, is the plan with Team Loose here to work together and save fuel for each other and both overcut these other drivers, as Team Loose does get a time penalty, back off from the drivers now in P4, Logitech G. The 268. I'm going to show you a bit of the top three as it stands. A minute and 20 into the race, or not a minute, sorry, an hour and 20 left in the race of the Majors 24. We got Lumen Motorsports Pulse at the front of the Hypercar pack and leading the overall. Behind them by 5 seconds is Cronus.gg with Augustus in the car. And then back behind them, Fury Sim Sport Red with Michelle in it. We saw quite the pass. They're getting really daring here coming into this last, coming into the last hour and a half. We're going to see some sketchy moves. We may see some wrecks coming up. So be prepared for Heartbreak fans, but it'll be okay as we come down and take a look at your top three for LMP2. Oh, 1 second. We do got a fight. We'll come back here. P5 and P4 having a fight. Team Loose was able to catch back up to Logitech. It has developed like we were waiting for. Coming up to the fastest corner of the circuit. Hold the slipstream, just wait back for Team Loose. If you wait back, you'll get it. You'll get a nice big slipstream on these guys, and you'll... Oh! Little spin. Little Team Loose getting a little loose, if you will. Looks like we got a few more laps, so we get some more action here, but that was maybe a bit of a code brown for William here. And then number 10. Back to the LMP2 field. We got Endurance Enjoyers leading the pack currently in the 48. Back behind them by 26 seconds is the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation with Mia Rose in the car at this moment in time out of Britain, or the UK, I'll say. And then back behind her is the Lumen Motorsport car with Lewis Ricard in the car. That rhymed unreasonably well. That is your top three currently in LMP2, as we do have pit stops coming in for the hypercars, just so you guys are aware. But not to sing more praises to the McLaren, but Instinct Racing 922, sorry, not 992, is leading the GT3 pack by 3 seconds compared to Dracker Racing Team by Tima. The number 33 running second. Ooh, don't have an incident here. Oh, don't have an incident here. Don't have an incident here. Okay. We can still say they're in second. As we look back a bit further to Zenith Esports, about 7 seconds back from Draco. Running it down, or at least working to run it down in the Acura. Not too much further back, though. And we do have a fight here between 6 and 7. I'm doing the funny hand motions you're allowed to as well. Hyperion and Vulcan fighting it out through the Porsche curves. Close are we going to get here? Are we going to see a pass into the Porsche games? Or are we going to see two people coming to the pits? I think we might see a little bit. I think we're seeing a pit. Stop. Pit stop for the Hyperion car. Vulcan Motorsports staying out one more lap. At least. So here we are in the Zenith car running the Acura. Now, I am surprised. I don't usually see the Acura in the top splits, but maybe that's just a sign of how good the BOP is. Maybe it made all the cars viable, including the Acura lovers. Do we have any of those watching this broadcast right now? Any Acura lovers? Just perchance? And we are going to have a nice look at Team Loose here. And the Logitech G car, we're gonna let this fight play out a little bit. They're within half a second of each other. They're coming up on GT3 and LP traffic. Ooh, look at this out again. It's gonna be outside of the slipstream. GT3 taking the center of the road. They decide what side they want. They do get that much. Go upside around the 48 of Endurance Enjoyers. Coming down, though, to Indianapolis. Looks at it, thinks better of it, looks at the inside there, thinks better of it again, knows it's better to not dive bomb with an hour and 15 minutes left. Well done. And we're going to see a run down to the Porsche curves. Are we going to see a pass and alongside through the Porsche curves? Are we going to see it? I don't know. Nor do these guys, but we're playing it as we see it. Here we go. 200 meters out. 100 meters out, and here we go. We're keeping it spaced out. That's good. But you know this ten's going to be looking for it. They both are on similar pit cycles. So Chronos.gg is just now coming in. They might be trying to match up with these two, seeing how much time they were gaining. Being, in quotes, off cycle. However it works, I don't know. Do we see the pit stops? Not quite. But using up all the track that they can there. Still got a few more laps for these two cars. As the 10 gets loose on the exit of the Forge Canes. And Logitech G is up in the front, Team Loose in second. Chronos GG working on coming out of the pits, but Lumen might get through it before them. Yes, I think Lumen's going to come out before, get across before Chronos is able to come out. And that does line up with my roughly a minute of total pit time that I was saying it was earlier. Oh no, not quite. Lumen's not quite getting it. They were really, really close, just a second, separating the two back there. And yeah, Lumen is going to get the pass, as we see on the relative. But that's what happens when you are on cold tires. We're going to take a look at this because we know it was a close call. So we have something else we're looking at. For the pass on Cronus. I think we are on the wrong car. Cronus leaving the pits. Here we are. Here we are. No, not quite. It's a bit further ahead. It's weird. Whereas we're looking to find it. Just gonna talk directly to the Bruce here. No, it is not. It is. We're gonna go back live. It's okay. It happened between Lumen and Cronus. That's all that we need to know is Team Loose is gonna get the pass on Logitech G. Just cutting out to the inside of one of the fastest corners on the circuit, or what I believe to be, and Logitech just wasn't able to get the undercut there. And cut back across, and you know what? That's okay. They get the slipstream now. They get to save more fuel, and they're looking around the outside of Indianapolis. Gets cut off from the 10. Says, nope, you don't get that mercy today. I'm going to try to run away now. It is clean air now for Team Loose, and I don't think we've really seen them in clean air, but we have seen them catching up to Logitech, who is one of the faster cars on circuit. Is on the faster end of all the fast guys, if you will. As both get. Oh, both? Okay. Team Loose coming into the pits. Though this is bad. This is bad. They have a time penalty. Okay, it's gone. We're okay. We're okay. They did have a time penalty for a little bit. Scott still does here in the Logitech car, but it's not going to be too bad as they're going to go another lap. Look at Enzo here. This is what we were trying to look at earlier. Ooh. Maybe just a little hot into the Porsche curves. Don't do it. Ooh. That is pretty sketchy, if I could say so myself. While I'm thinking about sketchy, I've stepped in on the protests. We do have a few things coming from Split 1, but nothing I'm seeing for Split 3. I almost thought Split 1. But I will say something funny I'm looking at as we look on with Ivan in the Phantom and then Impulse right behind him in the McLaren. Looking to take on the Acura. McLaren versus Acura. Oh, given the bump draft. Coming down to Indianapolis. Taking this corner in third. I did not know that was doable. Or at least not that I can remember. And I have lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right. I was going to say, looking at the protest page, I can see protests from all the splits. And Split 1 has none other than SDR Racing Team. And what are we using for the broadcast? SDR. Oh, SDK. Sorry, not SDR. I was wrong. SDK. I was wrong. I'm not the most intelligent person in the room. That is wrong. You know, I'll say this closest battle we have, and they are pretty spicy with it. They are pretty spicy with it, and I like it when people are spicy with their fights. Now, if I had a nickel for every letter that I got right there, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's still 10 cents. Here in the USD world. I don't know what it is put into other currencies, though. Probably a million something. Ooh! Car off track coming through the Porsche curves. Don't let that throw you off, though, Scott. Think about that shoey. Shoe with you and potentially even the rest of the team. If they're all legal and old enough to drink. We get another lap. And just under 34 seconds, 33 and a half behind Logitech. And Cronus is just about 4 seconds back from Lumen. So if Logitech pits now, they're going to come out in either 4th or 5th. So no position yet, gained yet on their last pit stop. Oh, look how fast they go through there. Oh, it looks so beautiful. Even through here, this is the slow part of the track, but still pretty fast if you ask me. Back to what I was saying, if Logitech keeps going at the rate, this next pit stop, they're going to be in 4th. If I'm correct. Which I like to believe I am. Either 4th or very, very close to 5th. because pit stops are roughly just about a minute coming in to stop, get fuel, tires, and go all the way through the pit lane. And I love this shot. Look at that. You can see all the way down the straight, and there's a lot more elevation than you may notice here at Le Mans down the straight. It looks really just straight. Dare I say. Straight and flat. Almost like a certain track that I will not name. Silverstone. More elevation than some tracks that exist here in the world. Here we are. P5, less than a second between separating these two. Fighting for P4 in GT3. P5 does get a slowdown. I think it's gonna change here for the McLaren, the 257 Impulse Racing team. By Walder Hart. I think that's how it's going to be pronounced. I cannot see the full name. Correct me if I am wrong. The 257. $102.57, apparently. Some of it. Oh, 257. Oh, where me and my producer are tired today, guys. It's been a long, long day. I think the both of us have been up almost all the race. Almost the whole race. So here we go. Scott in the pits. I'm predicting P4 when Scott comes out here. As we are getting a driver swap back to Mark. Scott getting giving Mark a little break before getting back in and getting ready to push his car to the limit. Off the jacks, just waiting on the fuel. As Lushik is getting ready to lean. D-Max 8 seconds ahead from the rest, and I was correct. Just a few seconds ahead of P5. But is coming out ahead of P5, so that is technically another position gained in the pit stops for Logitech here, and it's only gonna be solidified once they get their tires warm and put down more laps. And on the next pit stop coming in about 30 minutes, if I'm correct. I actually don't remember how long these cars run on fuel. I want to say it's 30 minutes. And I quote, "I just work here." From my producer. Very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you, David. Why did you sound like Peter Griffin? You guys can't hear it. Oh, the YouTube can't hear it, but he unintentionally pulled off the most Peter Griffin laugh I've ever heard someone unintentionally pull off, and then pulled off a really good Peter Griffin impression. I probably sound crazy to you guys, but I swear I am not. Everything would make sense if you were up here with me. See, the issue with this last this broadcast, and I'll let everyone know this, is I have a producer in here who's weirdly good at making me laugh. And I laughed too hard and I started to get lightheaded, so I have to take a deep breath for a second and just, like, not. Oh. I do enjoy Scott's comment here. The drivers are cooked, the commentators are cooked, the producer is cooked. Absolutely, we are all cooked. Shout out to the guy running the SCPC who stayed up the whole time. Yes, Chris Sowlich is awesome. As we are going to sit on board for a little bit and let you guys cook, as I like to say. Sitting on board with P4, the Vulcan Motorsports car of the 204 with William Foyle Will in it, and we're gonna let everything cook up just a little bit. We're gonna let it heat up. And just like I have predicted, within the last hour to 30 minutes, they're going to start getting more feisty, these hypercars. We're officially under an hour to go in the race here, the Majors 24-hour at Le Mans. And we have had our first GTP, what sounds to be a proper crash. We have yet to look at it, but here it is. For the 16, ooh. Okay. Nothing too big. But there's more. We're still watching. Tricky corner. At least there could be more, is what I'm being told. Because we did see a car in the pits. So... oh, there it is! Oh, no, man. Same one. We have been false alarmed by SDK. They make it all seem so dramatic. And it is dramatic, don't get me wrong. But way offline for the Vulcan Motorsport car. Being the position that the Logic car got past today. Nope. Through or... they are? P4 to P6 are all within a second of each other. So we are getting close. But a lot of this is going to go away in pit stops. I'm going to be honest. So we'll see how it's going to go. And then it's going to get pained back down when Team Lose and Logitech eventually come in for their pit stops together. Or not quite together, because Team Lose comes in a few laps before. About a lap before, I'd say. Is currently our closest fight for now. Not to say there aren't others brewing, and we have our eyes out, don't worry. Eyes and ears. As Lewin gets a bit of a time penalty up there, bringing Cronus closer and closer. Oh. I was just very excited. It's time to meander on over to the YouTube chat and see what's going on here. It's really been a busy weekend for me, Mr. Grimm. I have another broadcast after this one, too, somewhere else. Oh, fun. Oh, that's you? Oh, okay. Let's see. Long weekend in some states of Australia. Partner and I are doing a picnic, Lego exhibition, and new wheel in this Ultima. That sounds fun. We got, yeah, Dominic Cram in the 922. I believe that's still true. Yeah, apparently, any else approximately 45 events ago will make it. Full log current stint, 922, so shoot 311, 29, 39, So how many more, okay, Scott, how many more pit stops does the hypercars have? I don't know your guys' fuel at all in the hypercars. I know the LB2s can go about 11 laps. GT3 is about the same. You guys are there too, aren't you? Or are you guys on 10? I guess LB2s can go 10. So wait, are you guys on 11? Shows how smart I am. 45 pit stops. 45 more pit stops? One to go. Okay. So you're saying people are going to have stop at the 45 mark in 5 minutes here. 37 and 41 minutes. Okay. So you guys are about the same. Ooh, looking back at the replay, I see between the 532. Yeah. I'm not looking at the live feed that's being shown to me. I'm looking at the feed you guys are seeing, so I'm a little late on that. Sorry. So we're between 37 and 41 minutes stint. Okay. So we are coming up to the last stops of the race. Are you guys on the same... No, we'll interview you guys after. We'll or at least I'll message you guys after, because I am curious on how your guys' strategy is playing out. It looks interesting. It's different, and I like it, and it's throwing a wrench into everyone else's plan. So I have everything. At least you're doing that right. Ooh, a little bit of a a little bit of a cut for Vulcan. No damage as far as I see, just bit of a mistake. It happens. Now these static cars really put it into frame just how much of a gap there is between some of these cars. Ooh, getting a little dicey between Team Loose and Vulcan. That wouldn't have been the greatest corner to touch, shall we say. No matter the strength of the touch. Oh, nice camera. Just does that, we don't have control over that. It wishes to go to the ether and then deeper and deeper. So yeah, good news still. For potential end of the race celebrations. Oh, 21 got a black flag. Paddock gray. Let's see if we could find this. See. I am seeing a couple things come in for the 21, but they were quite some time ago. Yeah. Like yesterday levels of time ago. I'm thinking these aren't penalties and they are actually incident points. Because that is a thing. Yeah. Ooh. Mark just had a bit of an off track and disappeared from our thing for a second. It scared me for ooh. Getting a little happy with the Porsche. Porsche not too happy, flashing the lights back. Though damage isn't noticeable. Ooh, bit of a. This is. You might hate to hear me say it, but this is what the Logitech team needs. I hate to pick favorites, but I am kind of picking favorites, maybe because I want to see someone do a shoey. But small, it's like this. Issue 4 only BMW in the race through the 4 chicanes. But Lumen having that little bit of a moment just brings Logitech closer to them. 7 seconds now between the two. And that's just more time that Lumen's going to lose. Cronus is going to lose it too. Cronus now taking the overall lead as we get into pit stop territory. See these guys come in over the next about 10 minutes or so. Depending on who. As we see some GT3s coming in. Closest final track is between P7 and P6 here. You can't do the hand motion. I said it the other way around because I'm funny. Oh, sorry, 6 and 5, not 7 and 6. I had that wrong. So no matter what, you can't do the hand motion. Well, you can do it for fun, but there's no real reason. Because the funny numbers weren't set, guys. None of the funny numbers were set. Unless 6 and 5 are going to be the new funny numbers. I'm okay with that. Give me some clout, if you will. Ooh, dicey with the 99 LMP2. Working their way through traffic. It's coming out. Traffic, of course, going to affect the fight at least a little bit. Maybe not all the way. See, I personally wouldn't have left that much space. I would have boxed the other car in, but that's just me. Maybe I'm mean. I was just told yes. Yes, I am. But you know what? That's okay. How bad can I be? Another slowdown for the car who got the black flag. Number 21 of Paddock GG. Having an enjoyable time they are, I'm sure. We're almost there, everyone. Don't worry. 381 laps. How many is predicted to go? Here we are, though. Getting a bit of a closer fight for a higher position, if you will, between Logitech G and Fury SimSport. Looking for P3. Logitech G is. But are they going to get it? We're going around for another lap. We might see it. We know Mark's pace is quite insane, but what does Fury have in the chamber? What does the 46 have in the chamber? We don't know fully. We get in a bit of a flash, distracting flash, I think, unless there was maybe something we missed, but I don't think so. Just eating that curve. You see how much practice they put into it? They know where they can and can't go. I mean, it's really just impressive. And you see how much on the limit it is and how bumpy, voice crack, bumpy this track is with how much Mark's wheel is kind of shaking here. I doubt these are just little micro corrections he's making. Legends to the inside! Where the 268? 46 letting him have it. I don't think they saw that coming. Mark knew you could brake later than the 46 did. And they went for it. And just a bit further back, we got P6 and P5 working on the fight. Are we about to see another similar overtake side by side? 204 into the 10. Here we go. Coming down to the next cane, and they have it. There we go. Team Wisdom to P5. High Fury SimSport. They're going to at least attempt to run away with it, but they're not completely free from it just yet. Here we go. 204 looking to the inside. One of the fastest corners on the circuit. One of the most daring to overtake around beside maybe Indianapolis. They back up. Throws the 10 a bit off the line, unsettles the driver a little bit, maybe not the car. Because you remember it's a mental battle too. You got to keep your mind in it. You can't just zone out and let it happen. You got to keep yourself in it. You got to do it. You know, got to be active in it if you want to fight, and especially if you want to fight at this level. That is the top 4 splits that are being broadcasted, and what prestigious drivers we have the pleasure of looking at and watching just lap. I mean, look at this. Is this not exciting, guys? Is this not exciting? I think it's exciting. Using GT3 for a little bit of a slipstream. I wonder how much that actually helps taking the GT3 slipstream for these GTPs. Maybe. We are going to take a small look at Ryan Gell here. A handful of, this is the driver we've seen having issues in getting the penalties. Just think over pushing the car just a little bit. And the 204 is coming into the pits here. 46 is coming into the pits. 10 is staying out. The 268 is staying out. The 02 is staying out. And the 297 is staying out. 39 minutes left. They got probably about one more lap in most of their tanks. The 268, being able to go a bit longer, is going to be on short fuel. A short fuel here. I mean, if this is the last stop of the race, I'm not saying it, no. I'm not going to say it. I'm avoiding commentator's curse. From the end of lap 383, GTP are guaranteed to make it on fuel. Is that like without saving? Is that like a full push, Scott? We do have a bit of a fight going on here in GT3, pushing them down. Now, don't lift Zenith. Don't lift here for a second. Don't lift for Draco Racing. Gonna both take the line. They know they still got time. It was a official race worth of time here. So we have a little bit of time. We have one more pit stop in the tank. Or to put into the tank, should I say. But if these two don't pit right now, we're about to see some Porsche on accurate action. Although I think Draco and Zenith might be working together here. Considering we are seeing the bump drafting. Is this more that we're seeing peeking out? Gonna decide better of trying to go for a move here. I just think it's a bit too early still. You got time and you have space to make up to first, which is still a McLaren. That hasn't really changed too much so far. No pit for these two, though the Zenith gets a slowdown. Oh. There it is, serving the slowdown. Side by side? Nope, we are not going side by side into turn 1. Good call, Zenith, good call. We have a meatball from someone. For Daniel Team Max Boost here. P11 having the meatball. Let's see if we can find it for you guys. But they like to be a little difficult to find. No, we can't quite find it. If someone from Team Max Boost wants to come in and let us know. Let us know. Got Cronus and Lumen in the pits. Mark's gonna get P1 here, and I think I know what they're planning. If Scott has done the math right, I think I see it now. I think I see the plan from Scott. Everyone from the end of 383 is going to make it on fuel. So Cronus and Lumen are going to make it on fuel. But if Mark could do this overcut properly and hold the lead at the end of this pit stop, which it's looking possible, depending on how it goes with Team Lucid and how Cronus and Lumen's pit stops go. They are good to full push to the end. Cronus and Lumen are coming out now. 41 seconds and changing and just throwing a bit of a wrench into these LMP2's plans. Don't hit the one ahead of you. And GT3's here also having their own little go. After we see the Logitech pit stop, I think we're about ready to see the GTPs kick off. I think we're going to see a four-way fight for the highest spot in GTP, which is the overall lead. Vulcan getting a slowdown. This is once again important, not as important anymore. What Logitech really wants, they want Cronus and Lumen to get the slowdowns here. Vulcan's good though. That's still extra clearance for that. You know, Team Loose only 7 seconds back from your current leader. It's really looking doable for him. Camden coming into the pits for the 444 and P9. Not to just on any of the GTPs who aren't in it. Everyone's driven a wonderful race coming to the last 30 minutes of this race. And we are on a fight for 5th in LP2. Robin Mass on the outside is ahead of the Toretto's car. But is it going to be held? Bit of a slipstream was given inside for the 44. Here we go, around the outside. Ooh. Looks like almost a little bit of contact. Still holding side by side through the fastest corner, one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Ends the hardest to slow down in. Holding side by side down a straight. We might see 3 wide temporarily as the GTP breaks them up. Here we go. 99's holding the inside, and inside it is. Yes, sir. That is good for now for Project Synced Racing. And, I mean, wonderful racing Project Synced Racing. And, I mean, Toretto's not everyone that we've seen racing so far. Wonderful driving from absolutely everyone. LB2s are coming into the pits. We got Team Loose coming into the pits. And I do want to say, if this is going the way I think it's going for Logitech, as much as I want to see them in this lead and to win this, I don't know how confident I am in it right now. If they pit, they will come out, I want to say 3rd, depending on where Team Loose comes out. And if Team Loose comes out before then, or whatever, if they come out behind Lumen, then they're okay. Okay, so Logitech's made up the position on Team Loose through pit stops. There's no more pit stops for any other car. Logitech still has to make a pit stop. They have to gain almost 10 seconds on Cronus to clear this. And now, of course, they could go out and they could win it on track. But as we can see here with Team Loose coming out, if you look at the timing tower, it's roughly a minute between for a pit stop, a full pit stop. Now, Logitech could get away with it. And they're going to take a quick look at an event. From Mia Rose. Oh, I did that. I will confess, I did that, and I put it into that barrier in my split. I had to tow it back. But Mia Rose, just showing why she's better than me, and keeping it out of the barrier. So... Okay, so predictive GTP order out of Scott, one of the drivers for the 268. It's going to be 297, 02, and then the 268. I'm thinking that's what it's going to look like unless something bigger happens to Cronus and Lumen. And it's gonna come down to a tires race, I think, here. This is tight. This is getting to be a quite the nail biter, I will say. And we got P2 and P3 here. Draco and Zenith still fighting. There has been a swap though. Draco now in front after the time penalty to Zenith. Ooh, coming in. Here we go. This is where the race is made it broken for Logitech G. There's nothing else to do really other than to watch Cronus and watch Lumen come through. There has to be multi-class traffic. And you know what I'm not seeing a lot of? Multi-class traffic directly in front of them. P3 has some. I will say, if we go take a look at Lumen, it looks like they are going to be dealing with maybe a little bit of multi-class. Yep. So, it's possible they'll be cleared from Lumen. But I'm not so confident in Cronus. This is going to come up here. Logitech G working it out. Off the jacks, waiting for the fuel. Cronus crossing the line. Yeah, Logitech still in the pits. There it is. Cronus is going to get the lead. Let's see if Lumen follows the same. Logitech's coming out. It's a nail biter. Lumen just barely gets the overtake. Bit offline for the entrance. They had to send it a little hard. And here we go, 7 seconds for the lead here for the top 3. As long as Logitech G finishes, they will be good for a podium. But for that Chewy, we need to see it. But since we are in such a nail biter, well, we let it develop just a little bit. We're going to go through the top 3. In your GTPs, we have Cronus GG driven for this last hit by Augustus Chrysis, 297. And then in P2, Owen Newman and Lumen Motorsport Pulse. And we see Logitech G not too far behind him. It's like the boogeyman driven by Mark. And Logitech G car, this is looking like a good one here in the hypercar class. And then we're going to go to the LMP2s. P1 driven by Irwin with DMAC. Oh, wait. We do have a fight for third. We are going to let this play out so we can give you guys the right order. Or for fourth. Just so we can show you guys as much action on track as we can. We don't want to miss out on any of it if we can avoid it. We do have a replay from Enzo here. And the 83, what do we got? Eats a lot of curb. And miss the pits. That is a very dangerous pit entry, and I think there'll be an extra penalty applied there, but at least they're finishing. And anyway, back to LMP2s. We got D-Max Simtech with Irwin in the lead at this moment in time for now. Right behind the Cronus car. Hello, Cronus. With Endurance Enjoyers in second. With Joni in the car right now, looking 18 seconds back, and then 32 seconds back from the leader is the Toronto's car driven by Jeffrey C. It is possible to change, but 32 seconds back. Pretty far back. And then we're going to go down to GT3. And we see my boys Instinct Racing 922 driving my beauty, the McLaren. The car I love the most on the sim in GT3 at the moment. And probably all in the sim all around. So they get brownie points for me. And then in second, we have less than 2 second gap here, or about 2 second gap, less than 3 seconds, I should say. Draco Racing Team, in the 33, it's up for grabs still. A small mistake from Instinct, just like that, with the yellow for Instinct. Slow down, probably just about a second. Probably just ate too much curb. Easy to do in the GT3, but it's going to get Draco closer. Now this is another fight we're going to have to watch as it continues on. And back behind them, Zenith Esports also gaining time, of course, on Instinct Racing. We might also have a 3-way battle for GT3. Both GT3 and Hypercar. I think we're going to see a 3-way fight to close out the race as we are in the last 25 minutes. Ooh, so didn't notice this. Toretto still has to pit, so looks like Mia and Kiwi Sim Racing is gonna get P3 potentially. Yes, this is most likely considering. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Let's go ahead and right on board with Mia here. Or if over the 268. Should we ride on board with the 268 while they chase down that? Chase down P2? No. I will say, as a lower class driver, I think we deserve to show some love to these lower class drivers just like me. So, on board with Mia Rose and the Kiwi Sim Racing, your current P3 and LMP2. here we are, last 15 minutes of the Majors 24-hour race. And what a race it's been so far. Now, I wasn't here for the first 6, but I've been here for a good almost the last 6. When did I come in? The 5-hour mark here? For the last 6? That doesn't matter. I've been here long enough to get a good grip on these drivers, and let me tell you, we've seen some wonderful driving from all the drivers so far, but the race is not over yet. The GT3s are within a second of each other, and P2 and Hypercar is faster than P3 and P1. So P2 is very likely to catch Cronus by the end of the lap. So, not by the end of the lap, but by the end of the race. And which is going to be kind of Logitech's hope here, is that they're able to catch it, and there's going to be some funny business between the two. But only time will tell how it's going to work for these two. And it's only time's going to tell for how these GT3s, and time's going to tell on how Robin Moss is going to handle this off track. Bit of a... Those spins always suck. I will say. I feel bad causing people to spin like that. And then we got another one from Mia Rose and a little something. Oh, never mind. We're back to live. Very sorry. Oh, Instinct Racing with this time penalty here. Just the yellows. Which is going to give Draco the ability to catch up. Or are they going to get close enough for the lead? That's the question. And Zenith isn't too far behind. Only 1.5 seconds back currently right now. Which really isn't as far as it seems here at this circuit. Especially when you have 3 minutes of track to get work done on. Are we gonna see it from Draco? Looks like so throughout the corner. McLaren's gonna work on coming back though. That's another straight. Instinct in the slipstream of Draco. Are they gonna make it side by side here? And there's an LMP2 getting ready to deal, hopefully not too much damage, but cause the slipstream. Hopefully doesn't give the slipstream to the 33. There it is. Slipstream to the 33. 33 is gonna get to pull away just a little bit from the McLaren. Not nearly as much of a gain when the car in front of you is in an LMP2 slipstream. But thankfully the LMP2s eventually take away. Just give it a few seconds, they'll run. No, McLaren's... Now McLaren's 1.5 back, and here's the true test. If they are on the same level or better than Draco here today, are they able to make up that 0.5 that Draco was able to make up on them? If they are able, then they get another chance. Who knows? Maybe that will be it. And looking across here, update on the LMP2s, there were a few pit stops. Endurance Joyce is in the front. Kiwi's in second, and then Lumen is in third. 2 seconds separating Cronus and Lumen in the hypercars, and then the Logitech car is about 9 seconds back from those guys. I think some wrong numbers were crunched just a little bit, and they are feeling the brunt of it now. But it may work out in their favor. We'll find out soon. With just a bit over 10 minutes to go in the Le Mans 24-hour. Will you all join me for these last 10 minutes of racing action as the McLaren's looking at the outside, inside? Nope. Neither are going to happen here. Zenith within the 0.5 of Draco as well. Now we got an extra player here for the top of GT3. And we haven't really highlighted GT3 too much, and GT3 doesn't get highlighted too much, I feel like, in real life either, though I've only been around the race community enough to see 2 Le Mans in my lifetime. This is now my second virtual I've gotten to witness. So now Instinct also has to worry about Zenith. This is all the fight for the podium. and it's just gloves off at this point. It's either you get the podium or you wreck it for these guys, I'm sure. And I wonder if Logitech's feeling the same way, though I'm sure they want that pair of gloves. I believe the gloves are the possibility for these guys. If you don't know, the Sudspeed gloves for the Majors 24 is available in a few different formats. Feel free to go check them out, and feel free to check out Whiplash Sim Cams alongside that for giving us so many beautiful cams. Zenith looking to the inside. Are we going to see 3 wide coming down? 33 is going to be walking off the McLaren, though. McLaren's going to tuck back in behind Zenith. Zenith is going to go at Draco. Instinct's going to start relying on their instincts for these last 8 minutes. It's going to be narrow. It's going to be narrow coming up to the end. Here comes an hypercar, going to give them a beautiful, beautiful slipstream. I'm sure they're thirsting for it. Another straight chance to get it done. Here we go. Zenith getting within point 1, backs up a little bit through this corner. They're looking for this straight. Here we go. Zenith has the opportunity, leaving Instinct a little bit in the dust, but it may work out for Instinct. Who knows? That we could see an incident here. Any one of these turns can give us just the smallest incident and a bit of a wreck for Instinct. Here we go. Side's better of it. Almost comes back at them, messing up the Indianapolis run, which isn't what they want. Instinct was able to run it on their own and keep it smooth through there, which is good, keeping them with Zenith. Within 0.3 of Zenith now. Zenith within 0.4 of Draco. Here we are, 6 minutes left, everyone. About 2 laps remaining in the Majors 24 hour. Or should I say the Majors 24, which is a 24-hour race here at Le Mans. Meant to give these iRacing guys something to replace the 24 hours of Le Mans. And man, can I just say, these 6 hours have proved that this is the cream of the crop. Absolute cream of the crop in drivers, and it's been a joy so far as we go on and on and on. We're gonna give these guys just a little bit of a moment to. We're gonna just use a bit of a time to sort themselves out. We're gonna look at P7 and P6 in the hypercars, who are pretty close to each other here. Team Endurotech and Vulcan Motorsports, 2 drivers we've had come up and be important characters in this race, but they didn't get it all. And then we have back to GT3 here. Still our closest fight on circuit. Looking for it, and Instinct is looking for it. They're all so close together. I mean, this is what racing is. if you ask me. Here we go, looking to the inside. Don't get him. Keeps it safe. A little bit loose from... Oh, there we go. Draco running out wide. Then McLaren's getting up right up behind Draco. Now here comes an LMP2 to put a bit of a hole into their plans. Hopefully not. The Seek Racing team is looking at the back of the Draco. Draco looking back to Zenith. Zenith now in the lead. And getting that slipstream from the 48. Lumen Motorsports, within a second of Cronus, does have a slowdown. Logitech within 6 seconds of Cronus. Just as an update of what's happening to your hypercars, and there's a lot happening on screen here, though. Zenith holding it off from Draco. Draco getting alongside with the McLaren. McLaren's on the outside coming out of Indianapolis. Do they have the speed to power out, though? That's the real question. The engines are different here. And they do. They get... Yes, Instinct gets it over Draco. Draco... Or Zenith and Instinct now side by side coming up to the Porsche curves. Here we are. Long straight. And it's going to feel like even longer. Draco's looking to make it 3 wide. Push the McLaren just a little bit. McLaren officially ahead of Zenith. Zenith still alongside, though. It's not set in stone just yet. Side by side going through the Porsche curves. There's contact! Contact. Oh, Zenith into the wall. Nothing too big, but big enough. I think they're out of this podium fight. And I think we have it for now, folks. Zenith 2 seconds away from Instinct. Draco fading back to LMP2's breaking them up, if you will. It was a divorce, an ugly, ugly divorce between Instinct, Draco, and Zenith. But ultimately, Instinct got the house and is going to work on running away with it now. And here we are in the hypercar lead. Though the GT3s aren't clear off my mind. We do have a William Foyle off track. Ooh, little touch from the 15. Almost putting it into the wall. Thankfully, there was avoidance for that. We are keeping an eye on the GT3s. We are aware they're still within a second of each other, but I do believe we are about ready to hit the last lap of the race. I think if we get to look at the GTP leader, we will get to see that white flag flown for them here in just a moment. As they are exiting the Porsche, or not exiting, they're coming into the Porsche curves. For the, what should be the second to final time in this long 24-hour race. And here we are. If I'm correct, this will be the white flag coming up for Cronus. Cronus coming through the last few corners. Do we see the white flag? I don't see the white flag. Is it a white flag? Guy isn't there, but... Is this a white flag? I think this is the white flag. This should be the white flag. Is the... I'm not seeing it. All right, well we got one more time past lap 394 potentially. Okay, yes, it is white flag. We were wrong. Lumen absolutely pushing it, getting a slowdown. Logitech within 5 seconds though. If there's a single mistake from any of these drivers, Logitech's gonna be able to pounce on it. And Mark's hungry in that car for the win. And here we are, right behind the Draco Racing team with Instinct Racing. We're going to come back over here for a little bit. We told you guys we're not going to leave them alone entirely, as they are going to come up to their own white flag any moment here soon. They're going to be on the outside of the McLaren coming into Indianapolis. They're getting ready to come into the Indianapolis. They get the pass down beforehand. McLaren's tucking it back behind them. They've been in this situation before, and there was an extra car there even. Go. Zenith is 13 seconds back and falling. I think there's more damage. Ooh! Whipped up into the inside. Maybe a bit desperate for the McLaren, but the McLaren doesn't quite get the power down quick enough to beat out the Porsche. Porsche, I believe, being superior in power, though not the worst because they do get the slipstream. Now they are going to be coming up to the Porsche curves. Porsche curves is absolutely need to get it right. McLaren flashing their lights, hoping to distract the Porsche. Porsche knowing to just keep the eyes ahead. And there is an LMP2 coming up behind him, getting really close for contact. Too close for comfort, should I say. Kiwi car coming up, getting ready to get past these two. And just the tiniest slipstream. Instinct's important. I believe they are coming up to their white flag. Now. This is the white flag. Here we go. GT3s are on the white flag. I believe this is the last lap for everyone. 394 laps is what these GTP drivers have done. GT3s have done quite similar. We're still in a battle at the end of this race in GT3. And it isn't going away just yet. We have 3 minutes going around for these guys. Almost 4. We're going to let them marinate for just a little bit. We're going to take a little look at some of these other fights going on. Because there's quite a few laps, quite a few fights. We got this going on for 6th place coming down to Indianapolis between 2 hypercars. Here we go. 15 backs up. The Vulcan car holds the inside for that. And 15 is wiser than to dive here. Gets really nice on the outside. Gets the power down. Hoping to get the power down well enough beforehand, as we do have cars crossing the line. Here we go. Carlos GG is crossing the line. And first, Lumen Motorsports in second. Logitech in third. This is some tragic for Logitech, but wonderful win for Cronus, as we're going to watch more of these cars cross the line as we see them. For Fury coming in 5th for your hypercars. Toretto's coming in 5th and already finishing in the LMP2s. P7 getting ready to as well, and that GT3 battle is looking ready. I don't want to pull away from these guys. I want to let them get their moment, but they're dancing on it. And that's without a doubt. And here we go. P6 Vulcan Motorsports, P7 Team Endurotech. Wonderful drive, everyone. Endurance Enjoyers taking their victory lap on the way out. There we go. On the back, though, for the 33 and the 922. Zenith losing out on P3 to Phantom TF competition. We did miss it, but it did happen. I think there might be more damage to that Zenith car than we thought. This. Zenith almost 15 seconds, just about 15 seconds back from the Phantom team. We're taking Indianapolis for the final time in the Draco car. They're getting ready to come up to the end of it, though. Not over yet, though. 0.6 is still 0.6, but it does almost seem like the McLaren is halting their attempts for now. And potentially till the end of the race. Dare I say it, Draco getting ready to win in GT3. You dang Porsche drivers. But that's okay. I don't really discriminate against winners. We're all racing drivers at the end of the day. It's a good bit of time gain here, though. And then LB2 to potentially bring them up with the 51. Or Dex Simatech. So corners mess it up in. But I think this is the 4 chicanes for this Porsche for the last time. Oh! Under the line, under the wire! Instinct gets it! Instinct gets it on the very end for that McLaren 922. Draco just barely missing out on it. I can only imagine Endurance also getting it there at the end. Let's look at this again. Just the smallest twitch coming out of Ford chicane for the Draco car. That's tragic for the 33. At the end of 24 hours, they get the podium, but they didn't get the win that they thought they had. So, while we are waiting here, please, if you know any of the drivers that are the winner in their class, please tell them to join the Split 3 Waiting for Interview channel. We will drag them in when we are ready. We are going to take just a bit to let the drivers get here after what was such an exciting race, an exciting last hour even. So much strategy, so much time, so much effort for all of these drivers. I mean, wonderful. Let's let Cronus burn it up. Let's watch Cronus burn it up, shall we? And what a wonderful race we had here at Le Mans. Circuit Disc 24, it was Le Mans. And here's your top 10 from every class. We have Cronus.gg pulling out the overall win in Hypercar at 297, giving us burnouts in the background. Behind them, Lumen Motorsports, they fought for it hard to the end, but just the slowdowns kept coming. They pushed a bit too hard in the O2 and didn't get it, but a P2 is still certainly quite good. Logitech GDOBM Mercury Team P3, Team Loose X Spurwing accompanying them in 4th. Furry Simsport Red in the 46 car, pulling out your top 5. Then we're going down to top 10. We got Vulcan Motorsports for the Hypercar in the 204. Team Endurotech, Spin and Tow Motorsports, even though they didn't tow every time they spun. Hyperion Racing 3 in the 444. And then Paddock.GG Gray and the 21 for the Hypercar. Looking down at the LMP2, we are looking at the Endurance Enjoyers winning the race in LMP2 by a 14-second gap to Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation. And then from there, it's Lumen Motorsports. So when we were a little hesitant having them in the top 3, but they made it, and they made it work, and they drove quite a good race. D-Max also driving a fairly good race, but not quite good enough to get the podium. Toronto's Tuna and Tune-Ups in P5. Project Distinct Racing Team giving us good shows in P6. DWR Extreme Coach Steps 20, driving the number 20 in P7. Vulcan Motorsports Orange driving the 532, giving us a real good show across both the Hypercar and LMP2 cars. Art Esports 84 driving the number 2, however, in 9th. Neo Knights Racing in 10th, Target Racing in 11th, Alpha Esports in 12th, and VPS Racing Esport in 29th. Not all of these drivers finished, but they all deserve a shout out for what is ultimately a good race. And here we are in GT3, the closest battle we had by the end of the race. Instinct Racing and the McLaren barely inching out the win over Draco Racing with this just tiny little slip up from Draco at the end to take, but they still got P2. And then P3, Phantom TF Competition taking it away from Zenith Esports after the collision in the wall at the Porsche Curves. Aero Esports next to them. And P6, our first car lap down. Empire Racing Vanilla, The Wrong Stuff Black in the 00 in 8th. GT Dynamics in the 03 in 9th. SRP Racing by SCK in the 369 and to close out your top 10. And that is your top 10 for the race here. We are starting to get people coming in, and I'm seeing them come into the waiting for interview. We're going to figure out who's who, and we're going to get it going. After what was a wonderful and tight race at the top of the GTP field, or the hypercar field, depending on how you want to call it, one team came out on top, and that was Kronos GG, and we got the person who was in the car to finish it off. Augustus, how are you feeling? I hope I've been saying your name right. I really hope I have been.
Yeah, it's August, yeah, but yeah, I'm feeling good, well rested. Yeah, I woke up at the last minute, so I got like 5 hours of sleep. I think, yeah, I got the better part of that from my team, but yeah, I'm feeling very good after the finish.
You see, how did the finish here come to fruition? I should say, because you guys, for a while, weren't on the top of the timing. It only started to really come, at least from what I saw, come in the last 3 hours or so.
Yeah, no, that's basically when I got back. So during the night, my teammates Josh and Amit did a very good job of keeping the car on the lead lap. And yeah, I think just when I came back, the last safety car was like an hour before. So we had like a 15-second gap to the lead. And then yeah, when I got into the car, as being like a bit one of the faster guys, and I slowly clawed back the time. But yeah, still the top 2 guys were anyways super quick. We knew that we needed to save a bit of fuel, do 12 lap stints, so we can manage without an extra stop. And yeah, I think got down to when who was in the car. The leader was like 5 or 6 seconds in front of me and had a bit of a spin with an hour to go. So then he lost like 10 seconds, and basically then it was just keeping him away. But it was super hard. I was sweating really bad, but all worked out in the end.
See, and it looks like there were some closer calls coming into the last few laps with the car behind you. Was there any point where you were like, how hard were you walking? Were you just eyes straight forward, not paying attention to that?
I was really looking at my relative to see, because I could keep the gap at like 3 and something seconds, but yeah, getting traffic in the Porsche curves really hurts you. And I think also the guy behind me was really great. It seemed like at managing traffic, which I had a bit of a harder time doing without losing time. So yeah, one lap I just caught traffic in the last sector, which in turn like lost me 1.2 seconds, and then yeah, he got closer to slipstream. But I think at the last 2 laps he also got a bit unlucky in the end with traffic and slowdown, so that really played a part in that. But yeah.
And I want to kind of talk about strategy. So it looked like you guys didn't very off too far from the main kind of hit cycle, but P3, did that worry you at any point throughout the race?
We had the discussion about it, as there are safety cars. Was it really necessary to save 12 laps from the start? We basically thought that when the track is hotter, we will try to do that. And then after the last safety car, we will see where we stand. And yeah, no, basically it all came clear when the last safety car was done, and we saw that we needed to do like 3 12 lap stints, so we're saving to be completely comfortable. And yeah, we just did that, and in the end it was like basically perfect. And we overfilled the car by like 2 liters, which is nothing. So it was basically planned to the last bit.
Let's see, funny quick little fact, I think all the top 3 overfilled the car. I know the team that came in 3rd did. They messaged me and said they did. We were talking to them throughout the race, and they theorized that P2 did. So
yeah, no,
well,
because we were 5 seconds in front. We were like, okay, putting a full tank. We like, if it's like some liters off, whatever. We just wanted to get to the end.
Yeah. Well, it was wonderfully drove. It was really fun watching you go around. Any shout outs that you want to make before we let you go?
No, just really thankful to my team that they got off with the scare that I almost slept through my alarm. I put them a bit of a heart attack, but yeah, in the end I made it. And yeah, I think one of my teammates, Josh, did 5 stints or almost 6 because of the safety car in like 4 or 5 a.m. So without both of my teammates, I wouldn't be here. So yeah, really thankful.
Well, wonderful to have you. I hope to see you here next year. Wonderful job qualifying for Split 3. Enjoy some rest. Or I guess for you, rest of your day, I guess.
Yep, thank you. See you around.
See you around. And here, representing the LMP2 field for today's 24-hour race is VO51, finishing P4. Erwin, how are you doing? And Eugene's here too. How are you both doing? How are you guys doing today?
I'm tired.
Yeah,
I've
we're
slept
both
3 hours. Yeah. No, it was. I'm doing good. Well, honestly, we didn't expect to even get top 5 in this race, so we were very surprised to even quali P5. The dropping back at the start is, yeah, stuff happens. Rather drop back than like crash the car. But it sucks to lead like 3 hours of the last 4 hours and then lose it on strategy, but we're still happy with P4.
Yeah, we saw you at the top when we called it, and then like the second that we called that, you know, you guys were like at the top because we would do top 3 check-ins. You guys came into the pits and lost it. And it was it was tragic up here too. Don't worry.
Yeah, we knew about, let's say, 3 hours beforehand that it's going to be very close. If they make the extra laps with the pit stop, it would be very close to if they needed to get a splash and dash, yes or no. So we, at some point with I think 4 hours to go, we just gambled and just went full pace with no fuel saving. Yeah, if we maybe have done that from the start, we would have been able to get the podium.
Just didn't quite happen this time around.
No.
So let me hold on. The questions are formulating in my brain. Just gotta give them a second to work it. Gotta give them a second to work it out. When it came to like practice for the event, how like long were you guys? Like how much work went into it, and how long was it? Kind of the practice period for you guys.
We were all very busy with our real life stuff, so I would say I started working on the setup about 1.5 weeks beforehand. And I would say maybe 2 hours every evening. And that was it for me.
Yeah, I'd say it was the same for pretty much everyone on this team. We didn't really had, you know, a whole lot of hours like during the day during each day to do practice, but we tried to maximize everything we could by just, you know, going on every single day, doing the official practice sessions, and just trying to maximize all of our efforts to get in a high enough split. And
I would say about 80% of the time we were still trying to figure out setup.
Well,
yeah, we were trying to figure out like what was the best, like the one thing that we definitely struggled with the most is the compliance over the curbs here, especially during the first Dunlop chicane. Like if you take that wrong, the car just bottoms out weird and it just sends you wide. So
for my first outing in LMP2, I picked this one. I know how that is.
So yeah, we're very happy with the result.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're able to join the event. Thanks for hosting it. I had a lot of fun.
yeah, this was our first attempt at the Majors 24. So even though it was definitely a bit stressful at times in the race, we definitely had a lot of fun. So
well,
appreciate the effort that you guys put out for this event. Yeah, it's always a big event every year, and I'm honestly like just so shocked with like all the support like this event gets, and like a good shock as well. So
we even had people in the chat actually requesting your onboard when we take breaks. So
Really?
yeah, yeah, you get to have a good rest realizing that.
For next time, I'm definitely getting more energy drinks or more coffee because I didn't survive on 3 hours of sleep. I can tell you that.
Oh, dude, I feel you. Well, you know, I mean, hey, first time running this event, and it sounds like you guys didn't get all that much practice in, and you guys got P4 in split 3, you know? So
yeah, and considering we were the
really
third worst ranked team in pre-Q for that split, like I'm really happy with the result. Like everyone turned out for this event. So like as a team owner and a driver, I'm honestly happy with the performance that we put out for this event. So
As a driver, I'm happy, but you don't really get often that your team boss shouts at you for being too fast and qualifying too high.
Well, before we let you guys go, any shout outs you want to make? Anyone at home? Any sponsors? Things like that.
Vince, other driver, he's a bit shy, I think. Also, I think he also is just tired, but the guy did one hell of a stint.
Yeah, and I think the person that requested are on board with us, like in the chat. I think it was Vince's close personal friend. So
Yeah.
thanks for that, by the way. Appreciate it.
I that would make sense. He actually pointed out that Vince was his friend. Yeah, and he was having a hell of a lap.
So, yeah, I would say, do we have any sponsors that we need to shout out? You're the team owner here. Come on, man, you're the team owner.
I mean, I only say it in canon though. Like, this is real life we're talking about, man.
I would like to
we
thank
gotta go
Monster
back to
Energy.
reality a bit.
Without them, I would have died of just sleep deprivedness. So thanks.
Hey, maybe y'all be the next Lewis Hamilton. Get a nice monster, sponsor.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks guys.
Well, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoy. All right. So, as we have promised throughout a lot of the stream and broadcast here, shall we say, we got none other than Scott Rankin giving the most insane strategy calls we've seen. And the one who offered to do a shoey here to do a shoey with us to close out this race. Pour that, baby. P3 is, I think that's shoey worthy. And here we go. Give it to us. Give it to us good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I gotta be honest, that mostly went through the heel of the shoe on my shirt, so. I didn't get most of the beer, but we got some of it.
You know what? The spirit's still there. I think Ricardo dropped at least a quarter of the beer when he did his Monaco shoey, so. All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming along for the broadcast. These are the last 6 hours of the Majors 24. Make sure to check out the Majors website if you want to see all the other events that these wonderful people put on. Make sure to go watch the other broadcasts and the earlier ones, like the morning ones and the start of the race. They are all wonderful, all ran by wonderful people. This whole league's ran by wonderful people. I myself am blessed to be here to watch these drivers. I wouldn't be here without these drivers. I wouldn't be here without the people who run this league. And I won't be here without you guys here to watch the league, and I appreciate you all for being here. I really do. And it comes from, I'm sure, both me and I'm sure David, though David isn't speaking about it. I could force him to, but we're running out of time. Thank you, everyone. And I don't see you in MEC. I don't see you in the other international races. I'll see you guys next year.